In this video, we're going to go over the Facebook Ads Mastery course module. So let's go right ahead and jump in here. So the first section here that we're going to be covering is the Facebook Ads Mastery Introduction. This is where we're going to go over the Facebook Ads overview. We're going to go over the Facebook Ads formula for creating profitable Facebook ads. And then we're going to cover some principles of influence. We're going to go over the value ladder and then the different stages of market sophistication. And then in section 2, we're going to cover the Facebook Ads foundations. This is where we're going to walk through the business manager and the Facebook Ads Manager walkthrough as well. We're going to walk through step by step how to set up your Facebook pixel, how to do Facebook competitive analysis. We're going to go over the Facebook Ads policy to make sure that you're following the standards, you're following the policy, so your ads are not getting denied and risk getting your account banned. And then in section 3, this is where we're going to walk through creating profitable Facebook ads. We're going to walk through the different types of campaign objectives, the traffic campaign, clicks, conversion, right? We're going to walk through those that are the most important for what we're trying to accomplish here. If you have a product, if you have a service, right, we're going to walk through the different types of campaign objectives that are going to make the most sense for your business. And then in section 4, this is where we're going to walk through creating custom Facebook audiences. This is where we're going to create audiences from an email list, from an actual seed audience list, lookalike audiences, all the different types of audiences that we can create here and how we can use them to increase our leads and sales through our ad campaigns. And then finally here in section 5, we're going to go over the Facebook ads optimization, where we're going to be able to walk through where we're going to walk through the performance metrics, and we're going to walk through which KPIs you want to make sure that you're keeping an eye on and that you're not going above or you're not going under. We're going to go over some split testing strategies as well. And then I'm going to give you a strategy as to how you can scale your Facebook ads campaigns using a couple different methods. So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to cover the Facebook ads overview. So let's go right ahead and jump in here. So what is the Facebook ads platform? Essentially, it's laser targeted digital billboard advertising. So just think about advertising on Facebook as you going down a freeway, you're traveling to a particular destination, and you're seeing a bunch of billboards on the sides of the roads, okay? And what you're able to do is create specific ads that target specific individuals. So you can be driving down a freeway and you can be targeting people that want to get their home remodeled. You can be targeting people that want to visit a dentist. You can be retargeting people who want to lose weight, who want to join a gym membership, right? And so understand that when we're creating these ads, they're just like billboards, because not everybody that sees the ad is going to be the ideal customer, right? Versus with Google, people that are going to Google already know what they're looking for the most part, and so they're at a deeper stage of the buyer's journey. Here we are creating the awareness and getting people to become aware of our product or service, okay? And the great thing about Facebook ads is that we can target people based on interest, previous purchases, gender, age, location. And so it really gives us some great opportunities to only show the ads to those individuals that would be interested or most interested, right, in that particular product or service. And so, for example, let's say that we're running ads for a dental implant offer. That's typically going to be older audiences. So we get to choose what age range that we want to have our ads shown to, right? And so if we want to show our ads to the city of Seattle and we only want people that are 35 to 55 to see the ads, then that's going to give us the ability to do that. And so it really helps with the billboard advertising, because then we get to show the ad to those that are the most likely to be interested in our particular offer, okay? And probably the most important part here that you need to keep in mind is that this is interruption marketing. This is not like Google, where people are going to the search bar and they're typing in dentist near me, or they're typing in home remodeling company near me, or whatever kind of construction services or home remodeling services. Those people already are familiar with what they're looking for. They already know what they're looking for, and now they're looking for the best contractor, right? Or the best service provider. Here, we are interrupting people from scrolling on Facebook, talking to their friends and family, being social. And so we have to put something in front of them that captures their attention, stops them from scrolling, and take whatever action that we want them to take. Whether that be filling out a form, whether that be buying a product. For the most part, in the local space, we want them to submit their information and be able to claim a voucher or claim some sort of discount coupon. And then if they can call and schedule an appointment, that's even better, right? Because what you'll notice and what you'll find is that if you don't have a good follow-up system for the back end for Facebook, you're going to lose a lot of opportunities, because remember, we're not capturing people that are already in the market. We're interrupting them, and then we're creating the awareness. So that's why it's important that our back-end system that's following up with the leads is keeping the brand top of mind and reminding them to call in and make an appointment. That's why on the thank you page, we want to do as much as we can to get them to call right away so they can book the appointment, okay? And then with Facebook, we have a Facebook Pixel, which tracks all of the activity. So this is anytime that somebody becomes a lead, they fill out a form, they purchase a product, they click on our ad, whatever that may be. And so the Pixel is going to give us all of this information so we can create custom audiences, lookalike audiences, and be able to target people that maybe have landed on our landing page and didn't actually submit their information. We can create various audiences and be able to retarget those individuals with an ad that says, hey, we noticed that you landed on our landing page, or we noticed that you were interested in XYZ offer and you didn't fill out your information. Hey, here's another 10% off, or here's another coupon to make sure that you fill out your information, right? So very, very powerful here. The Pixel tracks all of that information for us, so we can then use that data to our advantage in our campaigns. And then with the Business Manager, this is where we have all our ad accounts. Just think about the Business Manager as our main hub for our ability to create the ad accounts and really start running the ads. And then we have the Ads Manager. This is where we're actually creating the ads. So we have the campaign. This is where we're creating our objective. If we're looking to get leads, if we're looking to get video views, if we're looking for conversions, if we're looking for engagement, this is where we're going to set that up in the campaign area. And then we have the ad set. This is where we get to select the audience, the location, the budget for our ads, right? And then where our ads are going to be shown. Now, this is one of the great things here about Facebook, is that when we're targeting people and we're showing our ads, we get to select very specific audiences that can see our ads, right? So this is a very powerful way to put our ad in front of only those most likely to be interested in our offer. So very, very powerful. The ad set is where we're going to set all of that up as far as the budget, the targeting, and then the location, okay? And then the ads, this is where we're actually setting up the creatives, the actual copy, the messaging, right, of the actual ad, of what the actual individual is going to see. And so let's look at the different type of campaigns here. So the first one here, we have the traffic, where this is where we're just finding people that literally want to click. And this is great for branding if we're just looking to get people to become familiar with us. And so essentially, Facebook is going out and it's finding people that are most likely to click on our ad. And then we have the conversion. This is where we're finding people that are most likely to convert into a lead or an actual sale. And the great thing about this is that Facebook goes out and finds those people, the people that are most likely to actually convert into a sale or a lead. And then we have the page post engagement. This is where we're just finding people to like, share, comment, right? Those who are social. And this works extremely well for social proof, because what ends up happening is that your ad will get shown to a lot of people that are liking it, that are sharing it, that are commenting on it. And then once new people see your ad, they're going to most likely also want to engage with it because they're seeing that it has a ton of likes, a ton of shares, right? It's very, very popular. And so they're more likely to engage with it and potentially become a lead or actually buy a product. And then we have the lead ads. Pretty straightforward here. This is where we're using Facebook's lead form instead of actually having a landing page to collect that information. It allows us to keep the actual user on the platform and not having them leave the platform to go to your website or your landing page to collect that information. It just makes it easier for that user to submit their information. And then we have video views. This is great for warming up a cold audience and then retargeting them based on a percentage of the video watch. So for example, let's say that we wanted to showcase a video of a dental implant and then educating the audience, and then those who have seen that particular video 75, 50%, 95% the way through, we can create a retargeting audience to actually show another ad to those individuals, because we know that those who watch the video at least 50, 75, 95% are most likely interested in what that video is about. So then we would be able to create an audience based on those and then show them another ad that is very similar to what this initial video is about. And then we have messages. This is where we're getting people to interact with the Facebook Messenger bot. Now, there's a lot of limitations with this, where you can only send messages to people who have engaged after a certain time. And so it's important that you understand the rules and regulations here, because once you get somebody to, see your ad, they click on the ad, they get taken to a messenger bot, right? And you're interacting with them. It's great because we get to communicate via the actual Facebook Messenger. However, there's a lot of rules and guidelines that you have to follow, or else you can get your Facebook Messenger bot banned and cause a bunch of problems. So very important that if you're using messages and messenger bots, that you understand the rules and the regulations, okay? And then the different types of ad set targeting. We can target people based on location, interest, age, demographics, right? So let's say we have a conversion campaign and then we're targeting people in a specific location that have certain interest. Obviously, we want to have the interest be related to what we're actually offering. And then demographics, want to make sure that the ages are correct to what our particular offer is about. The more targeted an audience, the easier it is for the ads to convert. Now, more often than not, when we're running local ads, you want to leave the ad set targeting open as much as you can, because what you want to do is let Facebook go out there and gather data for you. If you just target, let's say, 10 to 15 mile radius and you leave the interest and the demographics open, right? Facebook is going to go out and find the right type of people that are clicking, that are engaging, that are actually, doing whatever your objective is. And then from there, you can continue to optimize. But you want to let Facebook do its thing. Let Facebook gather the data, gather the clicks, gather the views, and then it's going to continue to show the ad to more people that are actually fitting that characteristic. So if XYZ type of people are engaging with your ads, it's going to go out and find similar people to continue to show your ad to, so you can continue to get those engagements, right? Now, one thing to keep in mind here with the targeting, obviously, if you have some kind of med spa offer, it's only going to be for females, right? However, for the most part, you want to keep this open so that you can let Facebook do its thing. So now let's look at a visual representation of the Facebook campaign and business manager. So here we have the Facebook business manager at the very top. That's our main hub. And then we have the ad accounts. These are going to be created for your clients, right? And then the second level here, we have the campaign objectives. This is where we have conversions, we have the clicks, we have the video views, the lead forms, okay? And then we have the ad set level. This is where we're setting our budget, our location, our targeting, interest, right? And so this is really giving you a good representation of how you can look at the actual Facebook ads hierarchy, okay? And then we have the actual ad creatives. So as you'll notice here, under each ad set, we're going to have our unique ads. So for example, if we have one ad set that is just females, right? We're going to have a series of ads under those. And then if we have another ad set number 2, that is just for males, well, they're going to get a whole new set of ads, new creatives, new messages, right? Because it's a different audience. And so let's say we have a client here that's a dentist. Let's say we have a campaign 1, which is a dental implant. And then campaign 2 is a teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, or maybe an Invisalign offer, okay? And then we have ad set 1 where we're targeting just females. And then ad set 2, we're targeting males, right? And so this is a great visual representation for you to understand the Facebook platform, right? We have ad accounts are for clients, campaigns are for our objectives, what we're looking to accomplish there. Do we want leads? Do we want engagement? Do we want video views? The ad sets, this is where we're setting the targeting, the location, the budget, and then the creatives, right? This is where we're actually creating the ads. We have the copy, we have the images, we have the videos that the actual audience is going to see. So that's going to be it here for the Facebook ads overview, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the local business Facebook ads formula. So this is a 6-step process here that we're going to be following to launch our ads. Now I'm going to walk you through each step in detail. So the very first step is to create a unique hook or irresistible offer. Now remember, when we're running Facebook ads, this is where we need to create awareness. People are not going to Facebook to look for a product or a service. So it's up to us to get them to get hooked on whatever offer, or to get them to become aware of our particular ad, of our message, right? And so it's important for us to get them to stop scrolling and then click on our ad or take whatever action that we want them to take. And we do this by creating a unique hook, an irresistible offer that stops them dead in their tracks and gets them to take whatever action that we want them to take. And then step 2, this is where we want to write compelling ad copy using a simple formula. And we're going to walk into that in detail in this section here. And then step 3, this is where we want to have eye-catching visual ad creative. So not only do we want a unique hook and irresistible offer, we also want to have compelling ad copy. And then step 3, we want to make sure that everything is congruent with our ad, with our offer, with the ad creative. And then step 4, we want to make sure that we're targeting the right audience. We want to make sure we have the right location, the right mile radius. And then if you know that your audience is going to be females or males or a combination of the two, making sure that you're selecting that accordingly. And then step 5, you want to have a relevant landing page. Because let's say that you have a great ad, you have great copy, a great offer, everything looks great on the ad. However, when people are going to the landing page, if they're seeing things that are not congruent with your actual ad, then you're going to lose a lot of people there. So you want to make sure that the messaging, the coloring, everything is congruent with your ad on the landing page. Because you'll notice that if you have a lot of people clicking on your ad, and you're dropping off a lot of people on the landing page, that means that your landing page isn't congruent with your offer. If you're offering a dental implant or a teeth cleaning, right, or a free quote of some sort, you want to make sure that it's relevant to what you're actually talking about in your ad, okay? And that's where a lot of problems reside, is you have a great offer, you have a great ad, getting a lot of clicks, but then when they go to the landing page, that's where everything drops off because it's not congruent. So making sure the landing page is relevant and congruent with everything. And then step 6, you want to have a back-end lead follow-up system. Remember, we're targeting people on Facebook with digital billboard advertising, which means they're not actually looking for what we have to offer. So it's important for us to have a follow-up back-end system to follow up with the leads. On our thank you page, once they fill out their information, we're going to have instructions for them to follow and to incentivize them to take action now. However, if for whatever reason they don't take action, they don't call in, they don't book an appointment, we want to have the email backend, even some text messages that we send them so that we remind them and keep our offer, our brand, our message, right, top of mind. So let's go over step 1 here. So this is where we want to create the unique hook, the irresistible offer, okay? Now, this is where we can create like a very simple entry-level offer, such as teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, maybe a free quote, something that is low cost, that is essentially a no-brainer, right? So let's go over our unique hook, irresistible offer checklist. So the first thing that we want to keep in mind is that we want to have a specific solution, okay? Does your offer provide a specific solution to a very specific target audience? For example, if we're offering teeth cleaning or some type of exam or a free home remodeling quote, it's very important that the specific solution that you're offering is specific to that audience, okay? And then number 2, does your offer deliver your target audience desired result? We know people on Facebook are not looking for a dentist. We know people are not looking for home remodeling companies. However, can we have our ad actually talk about the conversation that the person is already having in their mind and then be able to provide them that desired result? And then number 3, this is where we want to have immediate gratification. So if we have some sort of discount offer, some sort of entry-level offer where we're offering, very unique price, discounted price, or maybe a free quote or free assessment, right? We want the audience to be able to get it right away. If we're offering some sort of PDF, some sort of cheat sheet or some sort of guide, right? We want them to get access to it immediately. So if we have some sort of discount offer, we want them to be able to book an appointment and call in immediately, right? And then number 4, does it have high value? Which means, does your offer have a high perceived value? If you have, let's say, like a teeth cleaning or teeth whitening, it's best to have like your retail pricing, like, hey, teeth cleaning $4.97, and then one-time offer only for $47 or $97, whatever that may be, right? I'm just kind of giving you an example here where they're getting something that is high value at a very low cost. And so they have that perception that, wow, this is $4.95 or $500 and I'm only getting it for, $20 or $50. So very important there to have that high perceived value to your audience. And then we have number 5, where we have the rapid consumption. So if it's some kind of guide, some kind of cheat sheet, you want them to get access to it right away. And then if it's some kind of treatment or discount offer, right, we want them to be able to call right away and book an appointment, right? That is going to be the easiest for them to actually take action right away. And so let's take a look at an example of a unique hook or irresistible offer, okay? And so you'll notice here on this ad, we have a unique offer for $9.99 for a dental implant. And this is only for 10 first-time visitors to this particular dentist, okay? And so what we have here is we're letting them know that there's a savings of $800 and that they're getting 1 dental implant for $9.99. This is a very unique hook and irresistible offer because these types of implants can go for upwards of several thousands of dollars. And so we're making it very inexpensive for somebody to come in and get an implant and then be able to upsell them to additional services. And then step 2, this is where we want to have compelling ad copy. So the Facebook newsfeed, as you know, is crowded with content. You have your content from your friends, your family, people you're following, right? Different ads. So it's important to have a very specific ad copy formula. And this formula is called AIDA. So it's attention. This is where we want to grab the attention by addressing pain points or challenges or even calling out the audience, okay? And then we have interest. This is where we're describing the benefits of the offer. You'll notice over here on the right-hand side, we have the implant for just $9.99. And then we want to provide desire, provide a reason to take action now. And so the reason to take action now for this ad here is because we only have 10 available, okay? And then action. This is where we want them to either click here, download here, learn more, or book now. And you'll see on this ad that we have the button there for book now where they can book an appointment. And so this is a very simple formula that you can follow for your Facebook ads. And then step 3, this is where we want to have eye-catching ad visual. And so as you can see here with this particular ad, it stands out. when you're scrolling on Facebook, when you're scrolling on your newsfeed, you're going to notice this ad because the pink is what really brings out the image. And so you want to make sure that your creative is a visual representation of your ad copy. You want to evoke emotion. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that Facebook doesn't like images or videos or anything related to negativity. So if you have people that are like stressed or people that are not in a good mood or any kind of negativity, Facebook doesn't like that and they're not going to approve your ad. So it's important to understand that your ad images and your creatives need to be evoking positive emotions. Now, this all depends on the type of campaigns that you're running. However, ideally, you want to have an image of the actual product or service being in use or how it actually looks like when it's finished. And you want to be careful in the health and fitness space because you don't want to have like before and after pictures that show somebody who was overweight and then they lost like 50 pounds. You don't want to use that. However, you can use before and after images if you're doing home remodeling, or let's say you have like a landscaping company where you can show before and after pictures. That's where you can take advantage of that. However, you can't have them in the actual weight loss space because Facebook doesn't like the before and after pictures for weight loss, health, and fitness. So make sure that if you're using the before and after pictures, you're using them for services and products, not in the health and fitness space. And then step 4, this is where we want to target the right audience. So we can have the best looking Facebook ad. We can have, the best type of messaging, the best copy. However, if we're not targeting the right audience, then it's going to fail. And when we're targeting cold traffic, as in people that don't know the brand, don't know the business, there are 3 things to keep in mind. Number 1 is to be very specific. Don't be general, don't be broad. Be very specific as to what you're talking about. An example of this is if you're talking about an Italian restaurant, well, you want to mention that. You don't want to talk about restaurant, right? So make sure that you're being very specific. And then research your target audience. You want to make sure that you're researching who is the buyer. And with your client, you can get this information from them directly. Now, if they don't have good customer data, good customer information, because you'll find and you'll notice that a lot of businesses rely on referrals, networking, word of mouth to grow their business. And so they don't have a lot of customer data. And so they'll have an understanding of who their customers are, but not always to the level that really gives us enough information. So when you're working with local clients, for the most part, you're going to leave the interest-based targeting option open because you want to let Facebook do the heavy lifting for you and have them go out there and find the right individuals to show your ad to. And then you want to focus on zip codes if you want to get very, very specific, okay? Now, if you're just targeting, let's say, the customer's business location, you can do that as well. And then you can set like a 10 to 15 mile radius. But if you want to get super specific, you can just focus on the zip codes. And so step number 5, right? We want to have a relevant landing page. Does the landing page talk about the same exact thing that we're talking about in our ad, right? And so this is where we want to make sure that the ad copy on our landing page, the images, everything is relevant, everything is congruent, because if you have a great ad and you're getting a lot of clicks, but you're not getting leads, then that's where you have a problem, is with the landing page. And this is where a lot of people drop the ball here. They don't have congruency, and it must be the same. If you're talking about implants for $9.99, your landing page better talk about implants for $9.99, right? You don't want to be talking about, hey, book your appointment for your dental procedure or book your appointment for whatever. It needs to be exactly the same, right, as far as your ad and what you're talking about, and have it be as relevant as possible. And then step number 6, this is where we want to have the back-end follow-up system. So in our thank you pages, we're giving people incentives to take action now and to book an appointment now or call to book an appointment. Because remember, with Facebook, we're targeting people that are not actively looking for our product or service. So we need to make sure that we're following up several times if they don't take action right away on the thank you page and book an appointment or call and book an appointment, right? And the way that we do this is by sending reminders via email, via text, And this will significantly improve the chances of them showing up and taking the offer. And when we're sending these reminders, it's important to use automation tools such as ActiveCampaign, Zapier, right? So that everything is automated and we don't have to manually send emails or text messages to follow up with these leads. Because remember, these folks that are filling out their information, they don't have this at the top of their mind, right? They're probably just scrolling on Facebook. They saw an ad for a dental implant, and yes, they're interested. However, it's not a high priority for them versus if they were on Google and they were looking for a dental implant, right? That particular lead on Google is going to be hotter and they're going to be in the market, right? For these guys, we want to make sure that they're taking action immediately on the thank you page. And if not, we have a follow-up backend system to make sure and remind them to take that offer and to book an appointment. So that's going to be it here for the local business Facebook ads formula, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so in this video, we're going to walk through an advanced Facebook ads strategy that's going to allow you to be able to get in front of your target audience and then be able to warm them up and actually have them see your brand, become aware of your product or service, and then be able to showcase an actual offer or call to action on your second round. So let's go right ahead and jump in here. So the first thing that you want to do whenever you are running a cold audience campaign to people that don't know your product, don't know your brand, is you want to run an engagement / branding / likes campaign, okay? And this is going to be for us to be able to showcase our brand, our product, and it doesn't need to have any type of call to action. It doesn't need to say, hey, buy this or 50% off here. All we're doing here is we are creating brand awareness. We're getting people to become aware of who we are, what we do, what we can provide. Even just an ad as simple as, hey, we are XYZ company, we do XYZ, and that's it, right? And then giving an option for them to like the page, because if they like the page, then they're most likely going to be interested in that product or in that service. So making sure that in the very beginning, we're running any type of engagement campaign to just create awareness, provide value, right? Maybe a simple PDF or an ebook, 3 tips to XYZ, or maybe even a link to your website that has a very valuable piece of content, right? Where you're educating, you're providing value, you're not selling whatsoever, okay? So after you are able to put together this type of campaign where all you're doing is creating engagement, you're just showcasing your brand, you're going to be able to capture people through the Facebook pixel for anybody that likes your page or anybody that, actually clicks on your website or clicks on the, ad and interacts with the ad in any type of manner, right? You can create buckets of audiences from those individuals. Our next step for this is to then create an audience of those who have engaged, right, with our page, who've actually liked our page, who've actually, clicked on our ad and gone to our website, whatever that may be. They've had any type of interaction with us. We're then going to set up a conversion or lead form objective. So we have this audience that we know has interacted with our website. They've maybe watched a video, they've downloaded a PDF, they've gone to our website, whatever that may be, right? So we know that they are hot leads or it's a hot audience because they have interacted with us and they have liked our page or they've had some type of engagement, right? And so then the next step for us would be to create a conversion type of campaign or a lead form objective, depending on if you have a product or service. If you have a product, most likely you're going to be wanting to do like a conversion. If you're in the consulting or digital marketing space, like myself, I'm more than likely going to be using the lead form objective. So this is where you want to have these audiences now be retargeted with an actual offer, right? Because they've already seen your ad, they've already seen your brand through the initial ad where it was just the engagement, just for the page likes, right? And then now they're seeing an actual offer from us because they've already engaged with us. And it's really difficult to try to get people to buy our product, buy our service if they don't have any type of interaction with us, if they have not seen us before, right? So This advanced strategy allows you to get people to like your page and then retarget those who already like your page or who have already engaged with you. And it's typically going to be a lower cost for your ad cost if you're going to be running ads to people who already like your brand. So getting people that are already engaging with us, liking our page, it's going to cost us less, and it's going to be leading to higher conversions because it's already people that have already seen our ad, that are familiar with us, and this is going to get us the highest return on our investment when we're running Facebook ads, because we want to warm up an audience to get them to become familiar with us so they can see and know about what we're about. And then if they like our page, if they've engaged with our ads, then they're more than likely going to want to buy a product or service from us. And then on that second go around, that's where we have the call to action. That's where we have the offer because they already know who we are. So that's the advanced Facebook ad strategy here. You want to warm up the cold audience, provide value, provide some type of education, and then retarget them with an actual offer after they've already engaged with your brand. So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the 7 principles of influence. This is going to add more influence and persuasion to your ads. So let's go right ahead and jump in here. So one of the first things to keep in mind here is to understand that when making a decision, it'd be nice to think that we go through a logical sequence and we make our decisions based on pure numbers, pure data, pure logic. However, that's rarely the case. Oftentimes, based on what other people say, what other people think, and other related factors, we use those as kind of a rule of thumb or a shortcut to guide our decision making. So oftentimes the decision isn't necessarily our own because we're taking outside influence, we're looking at social proof, we're looking at popularity, right? We're looking at different factors that help us determine whether or not something is a good price or a good purchase. And so the 7 principles of influence allow people to make decisions based on certain emotion and criteria rather than using their own logical mind, because very, very rarely do people actually make a decision based on just pure facts, pure data. Like, hey, this makes total sense. Let's go ahead and make this purchase, right? You need to understand that all buying decisions are made emotionally and justified logically. So we'll make a decision because it feels good, and it feels good in that particular moment, and or we're getting outside influence. Other people are saying that it's a really good product, that it's a really good service, right? And so we're using them as references, and then after we make the purchase, that's when we bring in the facts, the data, and say, well, hey, it makes total sense. It was only $9.99 or it was only X price, right? But it's only after the fact that we typically will say that, hey, we made this decision based on the numbers, because the decisions are made because they feel good. They're emotional. Let's go over the 7 principles of influence one by one. So the first one is social proof. These are testimonials where we're looking at a particular product, a particular service, and we're going online and we're seeing reviews, we're seeing testimonials. And so we're automatically assuming that because John or Jane or whoever, right, got great results with the product or service, then I'm also going to get the same level of service or the same type of results because they got them already, right? And then number 2 is liking. So people buy from those that they like. And so this is why it's very important with Facebook to warm up an audience and to build that awareness and engagement with campaign objectives such as the PPE, the page post engagement, where you're getting people to like, comment, share, and then when other people are seeing the ad, they're seeing it as having social proof, right? Having people that are interested, that are commenting that it's very, very popular. And so it must be good if it's popular. If a lot of people are talking about it, then it has to be good, right? And so it's important to understand the liking factor, that if somebody's already engaged or seeing your brand, and especially if they like your Facebook page, then they're going to more than likely buy your product or buy your service. And then number 3, authority. So just think about all the actors that you see on TV from the various shows where just because they're wearing the outfits, just because they're wearing the uniform, such as a doctor, a policeman, right? just because they're wearing those, people are automatically linking them as authoritative. And so with authority, we can use this in our ad copy, in our ad creatives, so that we position ourselves as the authoritative figure. And then number 4, reciprocity. This is where we're giving something for free and then where people are feeling obligated to give something back. So if you're in the US, just think about the store Costco, where when you go into Costco, they're giving away free samples of different products, and then they'll give you some samples, and then you'll feel obligated to want to buy the product. I don't remember the percentage, but it's very, very high as far as those who actually get a free sample and then actually buy the actual product. And also, just think about when you're giving away a free cheat sheet or whatever type of download or resource that you're getting for free, right? Especially if it's value packed. You're going to feel obligated to want to buy something down the road from that individual, right? Because if they're giving you a free cheat sheet that is extremely valuable and they could easily charge money for it, then the next time that they present you with an offer, you're going to be more likely to buy that because you feel obligated to buy something from them, give something back because they provided you with a ton of value for free. And then number 5, consistency. This can be as simple as asking for an email for a lead magnet and then asking for a small sale on the next page and then asking for a bigger sale down the road. So let's say, for example, that you see an ad about a product and then you click on the ad, you go to the landing page and you get, let's say, a free sample or a free cheat sheet, a free PDF. And then on the thank you page, you get presented with a very small offer to buy something for, let's say, $20 or $19, right? And so because you have that consistency where you clicked on the ad, you put in your information, now that you see this other offer there, you're going to be more likely to purchase that because you have that consistency. And then number 6, scarcity. This is where we use like, hey, 10 limited vouchers available for the first people, or only X number of products or services are available. So make sure that you get yours before they run out. And so we're letting people know that if they don't take action now, then they're going to potentially miss out. And fear of missing out is a big deal for people to take action. So very, very powerful as well. And then number 7, this is curiosity. So being able to pique someone's interest by giving them bits and pieces. Just think about this in the dating context, right? When you're going out there and you're talking to the opposite sex, if you are giving away everything about yourself, telling them everything and anything that they want to hear, then they're going to not be as interested because they feel like they already know you and there's nothing else to know about you, right? But if you're holding back and just giving some bits and pieces about yourself and kind of creating this mystery around you, then it's going to create that attraction. This works extremely well when you're doing your outreach to businesses. If you tell them exactly what you do, how you do it, and give them all the information, there's no reason for them to respond, right? It's great to have some curiosity in your messages because it gets them to respond back and want to know more, right? So very important here to understand these 7 principles of influence and persuasion and be able to use these in your ad creatives, in your ad copy, in your messaging, and everything that you're doing to get people to want to respond to our messaging, to whatever it is that we're putting in front of them to get them to take a specific action. So that's going to be it here for this section, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the value ladder. Now, this is a very important concept that you need to understand when it comes to business in general. This is where we're bringing people in at the very beginning of our funnel or our lifetime value for our clients, customers, right? And we're bringing them in at a very low offer or low ticket price with the intention to upsell them additional services down the road so we can increase the value of that customer. So let's go right ahead and jump into this and dive into this further. So our main objective with the value ladder is to get somebody in at a very low cost, okay? This can be a discount offer or something that's very irresistible to get that customer in the door, okay? This is where we're running some type of promotion, some type of offer that gets people excited and where it's a very high perceived value and they're getting it for a very low cost, okay? Just think about various store coupons that you get in the mail or you'll get through your email, where their whole intention is to not necessarily make money off you from that offer. Their intention is to make money from you actually going into the store and buying that, and then other products as well. That's where they're going to make their money, is from the other products that you're buying, not necessarily that first offer, because on that first offer, they may even lose money. And so that's why it's very profitable for businesses to, in the very beginning, get somebody in the door and lose money, but make it up on the back end when they're upselling other services or when you're at the store buying other products. And so the customer goes through every stage of the value ladder and maximizing their value. So let's look at a marketing agency irresistible offer or value ladder offer here, okay? And so what we can look at is a free website audit, free social media audit, a new website, a video, a SSL certificate, or even providing free leads in the very beginning. And so what this costs is time, energy, and resources for that marketing agency, right? However, they're making it up on the back end by building that trust, that credibility with the client. And then let's say they provide a video for $100 or $50, right? They're building that trust, that credibility, that authority. And then once they see that they can provide value and actually provide a good product and service, then that client can get upsold to digital marketing, paid advertising, right? And so that's the whole intention here for understanding the value ladder, is our low ticket offer in the front, or maybe something even for free, and then being able to upsell them down the road once they see that you can deliver on your promise. Here we have a value ladder for personal training gyms. You can offer some sort of free personal training session, a paid training plan, paid meal plan, regular paid training sessions, any kind of subscriptions, maybe even like a full year of training sessions where they pay at a discount and they may lose money. However, that individual is going to get a great experience from the gym, and then that gym is going to be able to upsell them to other training sessions, right? So it's very important that you understand the value ladder opportunities for your clients. So let's look at one here for a dentist, free teeth whitening service, teeth straightening services, minor teeth repair, right? With the whole intention of getting them to show up to the dentist's office, have them have a great experience, and then that dentist be able to upsell them to other procedures, right? When they're at the dentist's office, they're going to get that, free teeth whitening. And then that dentist is going to notice, I'm sure, other things that they can do to improve their teeth. And so they're going to be able to upsell them to additional services. So this is what a value ladder is. Very important concept for you to understand. Remember, we're getting somebody in the door at a very low cost, even potentially losing money, and then being able to make that up on the back end by being able to upsell them different products and services, so that the value of that customer progressively increases. So that's going to be it here for the value ladder, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to cover the digital marketing KPIs. Now, the KPIs, these are key performance indicators that essentially give us an understanding of how well our campaign is running. So let's take a look at what a KPI is, right? This is a key performance indicator. And what this is here is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. Now, for us, since we're focusing in on paid ads, this is where we're going to see various KPI metrics. So let's go ahead and look at the first one here. So CPA, cost per lead or cost per action or acquisition, okay? And what this essentially means is how much it costs us to generate a new lead or a new opportunity. And then the formula for this is ad spend divided by total leads. So here's an example. If we spend $100 and we get 10 leads, that equals to $10 per lead. So $10 per lead is going to be our cost per acquisition, cost per lead, right? $10. So for every lead that we get in, we know that it's costing us $10 because we spent 100 and we got 10 leads. Very straightforward. And so then we have the cost per click, CPC. And this is exactly how it sounds. How much money is spent to get somebody to click on our ad, right? And to work out this formula, it's ad spend divided by number of clicks. So let's say we spend $100 and we get 100 clicks. That's $100 divided by 100, which equals $1 per click. So for every $100 we're spending, we are getting 100 clicks, and each click cost us $1. Very straightforward as well, and very easy for us to understand. And then CTR, click-through rate. And so this refers to the percentage of people who actually click on the ad. So an example of this is, let's say that we run an ad and it reached 100 people, and then 10 of those actually clicked on it. Then we would have a CTR, or click-through rate, of 10%. So here's the formula. Number of clicks divided by number of impressions. Here's another example we can take a look at. 1,000 people see an ad, and then 100 people actually click on the ad. So that's 1,000 divided by 100, right? Because 1,000 is the amount of impressions. And then the 100 are the amount of people that actually click on the ad. So that's 10% click-through rate. And then we have return on ad spend, so ROAS. And so this is essentially how much we've made versus how much we've spent on ads. And then the formula for this is revenue from ads divided by ad spend. And so let's take a look at the example here. So we spend $2,000 and we make $10,000. The return on ad spend is 500%, because that's $10,000 divided by 2,000, which equals 5. So either 5 to 1 or 500%. That's going to be our return on ad spend. And then we have CR, the conversion rate. And the conversion rate refers to the percentage of people who convert from prospects into actual customers or leads. And let's look at the formula here. So we have the number of conversions divided by the number of clicks. So we went through the click-through rate, right, previously, and now we want to see out of how many people that actually clicked, how many of those actually bought, or filled out their information, or took our desired action. Okay, and so we have 250 people who either buy a product or fill out their information, and then divided by 1,000 people who actually clicked on the ad. And so our conversion rate is 25%, because 1,000 people clicked, 250 people actually converted, and so that's 25%. And then we have CPM, cost per mile. And what this essentially means here is how much you've paid for 1,000 people to see your ad. And the formula for CPM is ad spend divided by impressions times 1,000. So let's look at an example here. So we spend $100 on an ad and 5,000 people see it. Okay, so our CPM is $20. So that means that we spent $20 for every 1,000 people that saw our ad, right? That's our CPM. So every time 1,000 people are seeing our ad, right, the impressions, it's costing us $20. And so that's the CPM, cost per mile. And then we have ultimately here the return on investment. This is the most important here, because all the other KPIs, as far as the conversion rate, CPM, CPC, CPA, all that comes into play in our final return on investment, right? So this is where we're measuring the total amount of return versus our initial investment. And so the ROI formula is total revenue minus cost divided by cost. So let's say that we spend $100 on ads and then we get $500 in sales. So let's look at the breakdown here. $500 in sales minus $100 on ad spend divided by $100 equals 4. So our ROI is $4 for every $1 spent, so 400%, because we spent $100 on ads and we made $500 on sales. So these KPIs here are very important for you to understand in the digital marketing space. ROI is typically going to be, like I mentioned, the ultimate number that you're going to be looking at. But when you're running your campaigns, You want to make sure you're looking at the cost per lead, cost per click, click-through rates, so that you can better optimize your campaigns and find out whether or not you need to adjust or modify your ads, or adjust or modify your landing page, or any other part of your funnel. So that's going to be it here for the digital marketing KPIs, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the Facebook Business Manager. So this is going to be the very first thing that you do when you sign up to run ads on Facebook. If you don't have a business manager yet, you want to go to business.facebook.com. And this is essentially like your hub, your main hub, where you're going to have the different ad accounts, your different pages. You're going to control the different people that are involved on your team, or if you're working with outsourcers or a white label agency, this is where you're going to be able to control all of that information. And so let's say that you want to give access to one of your outsourcing teams, or let's say a virtual assistant, or even a white label agency. You're going to go into each specific ad account and be able to give them access to individual pages and be able to give them specific permissions, because sometimes you may only want them to be like an advertiser where they can just create the ads, and so they wouldn't have the admin access that would allow them to take more control of the page, of the actual ad account, and be able to even delete and do some crazy stuff in there. So that's why you want to be able to limit their roles, so that they're not, for whatever reason, trying to go in there and delete pages, cause some havoc on your ad accounts. You want them just to be doing the advertising. So let's go down here, and you're going to have each individual ad account for each client. Depending on how you're working with your client, more often than not, you're going to be running ads off of their ad account. So then you need to get access to their particular ad account and page. And this is where you would be able to go in there and request access. And we'll go through all that in a lot more detail over the shoulder. But I just want to give you an overview here of how you're going to be using the Business Manager. It's your main hub, like I mentioned. You can request and assign permissions and get access to different ad accounts, different pages from your clients. Now, once you create your Business Manager, then you're going to have an area just like this here, where you're going to be able to see all your different ad accounts and your different pages, and be able to come in here and access any one of those pages, any one of those ad accounts, add permissions. This is the other side after you actually sign up. This is a sample ad account, and I want to walk you through the different areas of the Business Manager. So if we go up here, we see we have the Ads Manager. This is where we're creating the ads. The business settings. This is where we have all of our business information, access to different ad accounts, different pages, permission access with different individuals. Here's the audiences for creating the specific and custom audiences with retargeting, custom audiences, all that great stuff. And then the Events Manager. This is where we're keeping track of the pixel information, creating different events that we want to be able to see triggers for, right? So for example, if we're running ads for leads, if we're running ads for sales, this is where we want to create specific events to track those individuals that actually go to the checkout page and actually check out, or actually submit their information, so we can keep track of that data. And then the different images and videos. This is pretty self-explanatory. And then here is the actual billing section. And so let's go over here to the business settings. And this is where we're going to have all of the information as far as the different pages, the different partners, ad accounts, different people that we're giving access to. So if we go to the partners here, this is where we would set up like different white label agencies, different individuals, and then obviously up here the people, all the individuals that have access to certain assets, all the different pages that we have access to. We can add new pages here, request access, create a new page. Oftentimes you're going to be requesting access to a specific page for your client, and for whatever reason, if they don't have a page, you can create a new one. And then the ad account here. This is where we want to add our client's ad account in here, because for the most part, you want to be running your ads off of their ad account. Because if there's any kind of chargeback issues, any problems with them wanting to cancel, any problems with billing, things of that nature, I just don't like to deal with that. And it's a lot more headache if you're going to run ads from your own ad account and take that payment up front from your client for their ad spend, because there's a lot more complexity, a lot more moving pieces. And at the end of the day, if they want to do a chargeback on you, they are going to be able to get access to all of that money right back, and even the ad spend that didn't even go to you, it went to Facebook. So there's a lot of different complexities with running your ads through the ad account. My recommendation is you run the ads through their particular ad account, and then they have their own billing card, right? Their own billing information there, so that you can run the ads through their own ad account with their billing information. And then the business asset groups, if you want to have specific groups for the assets, the app's pretty self-explanatory. You want to connect any kind of Instagram accounts, line of business. I haven't really ever messed with this here. And then the different data sources for the pixels, offline events, custom conversions, shared audiences. If you want to connect different audiences between different ad accounts, brand safety with adding different domains, and then registrations, I wouldn't worry about that. And then let's go down here to payments. And so this is where you would set up your payment method here. And then the security center, this is where you're going to have different security for your account, the requests. This is where you would see any kind of pending invitations that you've sent out or received for you to be able to gain access to. And then the notifications here, any kind of notifications that you want to get access to, marketing updates, business permissions, they're going to show up right here at this bell up here at the top. And then the business info here, this is where you're going to see your business manager ID, and essentially everything that has to do with your business. You want to make sure that you fill this out as much as possible so that you can get verified and that you're able to provide Facebook with the most accurate data, right, for your business. Now, if we go over here, we can expand the menu. And if you want to take a look at some of the ads that, for whatever reason, did not comply with the Facebook policy, you can take a look at those there. We went over the different areas as far as the billing, business settings, the events, the store locations for people that are actually visiting physical locations. Everything down here we're going to go over in another video. This is part of the business manager area. However, the ads manager, the audiences, all of this is going to be covered in another video. This is just for the business manager area. So if you want to look at the ad account settings, including the payment information, notifications for the specific ad accounts, you can go ahead and take a look at that. If you want to go down here and look at some analytics, some reporting, some metrics, you can get very, very granular here with the data. Facebook is constantly changing this and updating this, so they're always looking to enhance the platform and make it easier, better for the advertiser. So that's going to be it here for the business manager area, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so in this video, we're going to go over the ads manager. So this is where we're going to be creating all of our different ads, where we're going to be creating our different campaigns and ad set targeting and budget. So you can see right here, everything starts with the campaigns, where we're creating our specific objectives. You know, let's say that we want to create a campaign on dental implants, and then we want to have a separate campaign for Invisalign. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping those separate, because those are two different types of offers, and they're going to have different targeting. They're going to have different ad creatives. So we want to make sure that we're keeping those separate. So whatever type of offer that you have, you want to make sure that each individual one has its own campaign. So for the dental implants, that's going to be up here for the campaign. And then for the ad set, where we're going to set our targeting for a specific area, mile radius. If we want to target by age, by different interests, right? We can get very specific in that area. And with most local business campaigns, the biggest thing that you want to do is leave it open for the most part as far as the targeting, not adding too many interests or really any interest at all, because you want to let Facebook gather as much data as possible, okay? And we'll get into a little bit more detail about why that's important and how that works, because Facebook has a very intelligent AI, and what they do is they're able to go out there and find the right people for you, and then once you're able to collect data on that pixel, they'll go out and find people that are similar to the ones that are interacting, that are actually engaging and submitting their information for you, right? So we'll talk about that in more detail in that section. And so then we have the actual ads over here. This is where we're setting up the creatives, where we have the different images, the different text copy. If we want to have a video ad, if we want to have a single image, canvas, whatever that may be, we can set that up here. And so now that you've seen this at a very high level, let's go to create, and I want to show you how we would create a new campaign. So let's go here. And then as you see up here at the top, you can see this in a more vertical type of hierarchy where we have the campaign up here at the top, right? The objective. Then we have the ad account that it's connected to. And then we have the ad set here where we're doing the different targeting, audiences, the placements, right? The budget, the schedule, and then the actual ad creative here. If we have a video, if we have a single image, if we have a GIF, whatever that may be, this is where we are setting up the creatives. Okay, so this is where we're going to be setting up our specific marketing objective. And when you look at these particular areas here, there's only going to be a certain number of ones that we're going to be working with that make the most sense for what we're trying to accomplish here. The brand awareness is pretty much just that, giving people more exposure to your brand. Reach here, this is pretty much where we want to reach as many people as possible. We're not going to be using these two here. Our main focus is going to be on the consideration and the conversion over here. So the first one here is the traffic. This is where we want to get people to go visit our website and visit a certain page. And so this actually right here is going to be the best for as far as branding, because what we want to do is we want to get people familiar with that particular brand. So if they don't know who XYZ accounting is, or XYZ plumbing, or XYZ dentistry, right? Then we want to get them to interact with the brand so that they can become familiar and then be able to build that brand awareness so that we can retarget them with an actual offer next time. So for example, with traffic, what you can do is, let's say you have some sort of guide or information or valuable piece of content that you can be showing people so that they can become aware, familiar with your brand, and then you can create an audience of people that interacted with the brand, that visited the website, and show them an actual call to action offer that gets them to submit their information because they've already seen your brand before, they've maybe interacted with a piece of content, and so then it's easier for them to fill out information and become a lead versus them seeing you just for that first time. And then we have engagement here. This is for when we're finding people to literally engage with our ad. So we want to get the most people that are going to be the highest likely to want to like the ad, want to comment, want to share, those that are very social, right? And will be the most engaged type of individuals. There's a lot of people out there that need to see an ad multiple times, or maybe engage with an ad so that they can become familiar, so that they can feel more secure and more trust to actually become a lead and submit their information. And when you're able to get the engagement, right, the likes, the shares, the comments, Facebook is getting a signal that is letting them know that, hey, this particular ad here is very popular, it's very engaging, it's providing a great user experience, so let me go ahead and show this ad to more people, right? Similar individuals that would be also interested on this particular ad. So it's very good for the Facebook algorithm when you're getting people to engage on your ad so that Facebook can show your ad to as many people as possible. And then we have the app installs here. This is not something that we're going to be focused on in this particular course. This is for software as a service type companies that have some particular software or some particular app that they want you to download or install. And then we have the video views here. This is where we're getting people to watch a specific video. Pretty self-explanatory, but it's really good for warming up cold audiences that haven't ever seen the brand and never engaged with them. And so once somebody has seen a percentage of the video, you can then create retargeting audiences to target those specific individuals who've watched a certain percentage of the video. So let's say, for example, you have an audience of people who have watched the video 50, 75%, right? Those are prime audiences to retarget because they have watched the video at least 50%. And so that means that they are the most hot prospects versus other people who may have just watched the video for 10%, 20%, right? So you're able to create highly engaged audiences that have watched the video a certain percentage and be able to retarget them with different offers, with different ads, because they've already engaged and seen your brand previously in that video. And then we have the lead generation. Now, this is going to be for if you don't want to have a landing page, if you want to simply have people click on your ad and then go to a specific lead generation form within Facebook, you can set that up very quickly and very easily. And so what it ultimately does is it keeps people on the Facebook platform, because if you're using a landing page, people are clicking on the ad, and then from the ad they're going to your website or your landing page to be able to submit their information. And with the lead generation form, you keep them on the platform and they're able to submit their information through the Facebook lead generation form. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this can lead to oftentimes low quality leads. So you have to make sure that you're putting in questions that are able to filter out individuals that are just going to be tire kickers, right? And so what you can do is you can set a parameter within the lead generation form, and we'll go through that in detail, that allows you to get more qualified leads because they have to take an extra step. So the lead generation ads are great because once you have their email address, then you can continue to market to them via email marketing, right? So extremely powerful here. Just make sure that you're doing as much as you can to qualify these individuals so you're getting the highest quality leads there. And then the messages down here, this is where you're going to be setting up specific ads that lead to a messenger bot, more than likely. Because if you're getting people to interact with your Facebook page, right, Messenger, then you're most likely going to have a specific bot that is talking to that specific individual and asking questions. So for example, with real estate, that's a great area, great niche to be able to have people interact with the Messenger bot, because you can ask them several questions, ask them about their income, their credit score, ask them about their location as far as what type of property they're looking for and what area. And then it can be very interactive for the user. And so this is another great way here to interact with the audience, because you get them to interact with you through the Facebook Messenger. However, after you get them through to your Facebook Messenger, you're going to have a lot of limitations with being able to continue to market to them. Let's say that they, for whatever reason, don't take the offer, or they may have taken the offer and then you want to send follow-up messages. There's certain rules and guidelines that you have to follow. And so I would rather get somebody's email address, because then you can put them into an email series where automatically they're getting emails every other day or within a series, and then it's building trust and credibility and authority that way. Because ultimately, if they're unsatisfied with the email experience, all they got to do is unsubscribe, right? And with the Messenger bot, you have a lot of limitations with how many messages you can send, when you can reach out to them. Ultimately, the messages here with the Messenger bot does work well. However, it all comes down to the right niche. And so then we have over here the conversions. This is where we're getting people to click on our ad and actually make a sale, make a conversion as far as a lead, or to sign up to our webinar, or whatever that may be here. Our ultimate intention here is to get a conversion, right? And however we want to measure that, whether it be somebody signs up for our email list, somebody downloads something, somebody buys a product. And more often than not, what you'll notice here is you see the different stages, right? The very first one here being the awareness, the consideration, and then the conversion. And so they're here for a reason, right? Because oftentimes you're not going to be starting out with conversions. You want to get traffic. You want to get engagement. You want to get video views so that you can gather information, right? Gather data, and then be able to have enough information on your pixel so that you can actually run conversions, right? Now, the difference here is that, let's say if you have a current customer list for, let's say, a dental practice or whatever type of business, right? And they have a customer list, well, you can upload that to Facebook, create your own audience. And since those individuals already are familiar, right, with that brand, with that business, then you can go straight away and run conversions because you don't need to warm up the audience, right? So understand that the conversions is something that we want to run after we've collected enough data. We've given Facebook a lot of information so that they can go out and find the right type of individuals that they know would convert the most likely. And then you can create several audiences from the conversions here as well. So very, very powerful once you get to the conversions here, because you can just keep on creating very broad audiences, and Facebook will go out and find you the right type of individuals that are the most likely to convert. So very, very powerful. We're not going to be focusing with the catalog sales or store traffic. So that's going to be here for the ads manager. This is where you're going to be able to create your objective, right? Whatever that may be. And so more often than not, you're going to be starting here in the consideration stage. So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next. In this video, we're going to go over how to set up the Facebook pixel. So the Facebook pixel is the actual code that you're going to put on your website or landing page. And most likely you're going to have it on the website itself because you want to track all the visitors. And then also on specific landing pages so that you can track people who have visited the landing page and haven't taken an action, right? And then also have it on the thank you page or the checkout page, because then you'll be able to have information on those who actually have checked out and those who haven't. And then you can create custom audiences based on those who have landed on the landing page and haven't taken the action, right? So the place that you're going to go to set up the pixel is, you're going to go over here and you're going to go to Events Manager, okay? And this is going to take you right here. And then let's go ahead and set this up, set up the pixel. And so the easiest way for us to set this up is to go to manually add pixel code to website. So let's go ahead and copy this here. And let's go to our landing page and let's go ahead and install this at the very top. So what we want to do is we want to go over here and we want to get the HTML code. Okay, right there, boom. Okay, great. And let's go to save. And then we should be good to go. Let's go to save work. And then let's go to preview. And let's see here. We have the pixel right here. Fantastic. We are good to go. And so now we have the pixel set up. The pixel, as I mentioned, is the tool that we're going to use to track all of the data, all of the interactions. Just like the Google Tag Manager where we're tracking the conversions, this is what is going to allow us to create the retargeting audiences, the custom audiences, be able to hit people that have landed on certain pages but haven't, taken an action, taken an offer. So this is very, very important here that we have set up on our entire website, right? And on the specific pages that we want to track. So for example, if somebody is landing on the landing page and they check out and they're on the thank you page, we want to make sure that we track that lead, right? And so the pixel will allow us to set all that up. Now, the other place that we want to add this code here is on the thank you page. So we're right here on the thank you page. Let's go ahead and add it right here as well. Custom HTML up here. Great. All right, so now we have it on the thank you page as well. So let's go back and let's now add in the custom event. So you can do this one of two ways. So you can literally just set up your URL in here, or you can manually add the event. Okay, that's where you take one of these right here and you manually set that up on your particular page. Okay, and so let's go ahead and add this manually here. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have a lead here. So let's go to, I think it's the professional services. Let's go to lead, go down here. And so we can put in here a conversion value. Let's say that it's worth $5 for every lead that we get in there. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy this. And so let's go back right here and let's go to the thank you page. And let's go right here to add the particular lead conversion, right, for the pixel. And so literally just paste this right there. We're good to go. Let's actually move this down. We're good right there. Let's go to save work. And let's go ahead and preview. And if we go up here and we drop this down, we can see that we have the lead right here. And here's the value. Remember, we can put the value to whatever we want, depending on how much that lead is worth. So we have this all set up now, so we're good to go. So then when somebody lands on the landing page right here, right, it's going to trigger the pixel as a view website. And then when somebody lands on the thank you page here, right, which means that they actually filled out their information and they became a lead, that means that they have, submitted their information and has been recorded by the pixel. So now this can be a whole separate audience, right? Because what we can do is create a specific audience, right, based on those who haven't visited this thank you page, because that means that they are, not an actual lead and haven't taken the action. Now, if we go back over here and we go to the different events, you can look at the different event types here. It's very straightforward. Let's move this up here. Depending on what you're doing, right? However, for the most part, we're going to be working with businesses in the local space. So the lead should be the one that you're working with. If you're selling any kind of product, then you would go right here or go back up here and you would go to e-commerce and retail. And you can break it down even further. So for example, let's say that you had an e-commerce store that you were working with. You can break down each stages, right? So let's say you had a particular page where they would add to cart. And then they had another page where they initiate checkout. And then another action where they add payment information, right? And then right here where they actually purchase. So this would be the end of the checkout page, right? Where they actually submitted their credit card information and they've made the purchase, right? So you can track all of these actions and be able to create specific audiences based on the actions that these individuals have taken, right? If they've added to cart and they haven't checked out, well, we can go ahead and create a custom audience to be able to retarget these individuals and let them know that, hey, we noticed that you were looking at XYZ product and that you added it to cart. However, you forgot to check out. Here's an extra coupon for, 10% off or whatever that may be, right? For the most part here, we're going to be focused in on professional services here, where we're just going to be focusing on the leads here, okay? So we're done here. So that's really all we need to do with the Facebook pixel, okay? But it's very important that you understand that the pixel is going to be where we're able to create all of our various audiences, where it's going to collect all of our data, cost per lead, cost per action, right? All of that. So very, very important that you have a fundamental understanding of how this pixel works, right? We have gone over here, we set it up on the home page, right? And then the thank you page is allowing us to track those leads. So that's going to be here for the Facebook pixel, and we'll see you on the next one. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to walk through how to get access to your competitors' Facebook ads. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to your competitors here. I'm going here to the ClickFunnels page. This is just going to be an example. ClickFunnels is a landing page builder software. So let's say we wanted to come in here and we wanted to look at their ads that they're currently running. and we wanted to, get some ideas as far as what's working for them and what we can use for our particular ads as well. So where we would go is down here to the page transparency, and this is going to be for any page. Let's say you're in the e-com space and you have, let's say, a competitor out there that you want to research. Make sure that you go up here to the top, you just type in your competitor, and you come down here to the page transparency, okay? And this is going to show you if they're running any ads, and if they are, what type of ads they're currently running. So let's go to see more here. And then we'll go down here, and then we can see right here that it says ads from this page, and this page is currently running ads. So let's go to the ad library here, and then we should be able to see all the ads that they're currently running. Now, this is for the US right here. If we wanted to look at for all, so this is going to be for all countries. And then we have this one right here, and then we have these down here. It shows us the date and then the actual ad ID. And we can even click on these here, and we can go to learn more, and we can go to the actual page that this ad is set up for. And then we can go back and go to the ad details. We can look at some of the metrics here. Typically, it gives us some information about the ads. Well, not this particular ad here, it's not giving us the information, but typically we're able to get some information about the ad as far as the type of ad in the audience. So let's go down here. Let's look at another one here. Let's go to see ad details. Okay, so not giving us any other information. And so here we have the multiple versions of this ad. So typically it's going to have like the same copy. However, you're going to have different images here. So for example, if we go to number 2, this is going to typically have a different image or different video, and then number 3, and then number 4. Okay, you can see that the ads here, as far as the ID, will change, and you're not able to see it here, but typically they'll have like different videos, different images to showcase different variations to see which one's going to convert the best. Okay, and so that's how you're going to be able to look at your competitors' ads. Literally just going to the Facebook search bar, coming back up here and typing in whatever competition that you have there, and going down to the page transparency. Now, we can go to the Facebook ads library, and this is going to allow us to see different types of ads from all different types of industries, markets, right? Pages, whatever that may be. And so let's say we wanted to type in here bodybuilding. If we were doing something in regards to actual e-commerce and finding supplement products, okay? So this one right here, bodybuilding, let's click on this one right there. And then boom, we can look at some of the ads that bodybuilding.com is currently running. So typically going to work best if you have a specific competitor that you already know the name and you can type it in here. And when you come in here, like I said, all you got to do is type in the name. So let's go to another landing page software here. So let's go to Lead Pages. We saw the ClickFunnels page there. So let's go to Lead Pages here and see if they're currently running any ads. Okay, and so they are. And so like I said, nice and simple. Come into the ad library, type in your competition, or go to the search bar up here. Type in the competition, the brand, the company, and go down here to the page transparency, okay? So that's going to be here for getting access to your competitors' Facebook ads, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to talk about the Facebook advertising policy. Now, it's very important for you to come in here and take a look at this so you know what exactly to do so your ads don't get shut down, so your ad account doesn't get shut down, and you're following the actual rules. With Facebook, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it so that people are promoting different products and services, but they're doing it in a very indirect way. So we're not calling out very specific type of individual like females between the ages of X, Y, and Z, right? We want to leave it as open as possible and provide the best possible experience for the user here on Facebook, so that we're not attacking anybody, we're not making any kind of bold claims, right? And it's very nice and simple for that user to go and actually click on our ad and engage or take whatever offer we have. Make sure you follow this here. We have the ad review process. what they talk about as far as the ad and the landing page, the steps to take if it's disapproved, the different content that is prohibited, any type of discriminatory practices, tobacco, any kind of drug-related products, right? Unsafe supplements, adult content, making sure that we're not using any of these. And then the restricted content here, dating, state lotteries, all of this type of stuff here that we want to make sure that we are not using in our ads. And then for the video ads, the type of content we can include in those, the targeting, the positioning, right, the relevance, the accuracy, related landing pages, and really just understand that we cannot be calling people out very precisely. A lot of the copy that you want to be using in the Facebook ads is very indirect. We don't, like I've mentioned, want to be talking to very precise people, and we don't want to be making income claims. So it's very important that you come in here and look through this so you understand what is expected of you when you're creating ads. Now, with the Google platform, they're a little bit more open and they're not as stringent, where if they have an ad that you create and it doesn't go against their policy, they're going to let you know or just pretty much not run it. And they're not going to do anything major. With Facebook, it's important that you do this here and go through this and understand what you can and cannot do, because for whatever reason, they will shut down your ads, they'll suspend your ad account, and it can take weeks and months before you get that back, right? So very important here that you go through this and you understand what is expected of you, what you can and cannot do, so that you'll have successful ads and you won't have any risk of getting shut down. I'm going to leave a link to this page so you can review for yourself, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over how to create an ad from A to Z. So we're going to set up our campaign here, and the first type of campaign that we're going to run is the traffic. And the traffic campaign is typically what we're going to be starting off with when we're running ads for our clients to a specific landing page to take a specific offer. It's going to be between the traffic here and the conversions. And I'm going to walk through in another video how to set up a very specialized conversion campaign right out of the gate, because the conversion campaigns here are typically not going to be ran initially, because as you can see here, we have the different stages of awareness, consideration, conversion. This is more for like large brands that just want to create that awareness, right? We want people to actually take an action and fill out their information. So we're going to be focused in on the consideration and conversion stages, right? In a conversion campaign, we can use this to start right away as well, but there's a different strategy for that. So for this one here, we're going to set up a traffic campaign. When we're starting out with the traffic campaign here and we're getting the clicks, this is a great way for us to look at the data that we're getting back. And you don't want to touch this for at least 3 days, okay, 72 hours. And what we're able to see from the data that we receive is that, okay, what is the cost per click and what is the cost per landing page view? Because if we're generating a ton of clicks, but then when they land on the landing page, they're not taking an action, well, that's typically telling us that there's a problem with our landing page, right? And so we want to be able to make that more congruent and look at, hey, is our ad, actually saying the same thing that our landing page is, right? Because the ad may be getting the clicks, people are resonating with it. However, when they land on the landing page, they're not putting in their information and taking the offer. So there's a disconnect there, okay? And then obviously vice versa, if we're not getting very many clicks to the ad, however, those that are actually clicking, right, the little amounts of clicks that we're getting are actually converting on that landing page, then that means that there's a problem with our Facebook ad, right, our actual ad creative. So it's important to understand that in the very beginning, to look at those metrics after those 72 hours and then be able to continue to optimize. So let's go down here and let's just create this particular campaign here, dental implants. Okay, let's go to continue. And then we want to have our audience here. This is very simple for us to set up. Let's just put 25 to 60, okay? And then we'll put dental implants. And we have a whole entire section on the naming structure. This is just more to give you an overview of how to create an ad here, okay? So we're running a traffic campaign. We're going down here, and then we want to set up our particular audience. So we want to get into about 25 to 60, both genders there. And so what we're going to update here is the location. And so what I like to do is go to an actual business or whatever business that you're working with, right? Whatever client, and you want to get their home address as far as their location. So then we can target a mile radius from their actual location. So let's go ahead and plug that in there. Okay, great. And so then we can do 10-mile radius, right? From the actual location. You can do 15, you can go higher. But for us, let's just go to a 10-mile radius. That should be just fine. And so now we're going to be targeting people 10 miles from their location, which is fantastic, right? Here we have a bunch of other detailed targeting. We can target demographics, interests, behaviors. For most local businesses, you want to leave this open here and let Facebook gather the data and optimize for us, right? Because once we start finding people that are clicking, engaging, interacting with the ad, then Facebook is going to go out and find us similar people that fit those characteristics. So let's go down here. We have this set up, and if you want to even name this and save this here, let's say dental implant 10-mile radius. Okay, just go ahead and save that right there. And then we can go ahead and go down here now, and we want to optimize for link clicks. We can also optimize for landing page views, pretty much the same. However, the link clicks, what I found to be the best when first starting out, because we want to get those clicks coming in. And then for the budget and schedule, we can leave it at $10 or $20 per day, depending on the budget that the client has. Obviously, the more that you can spend right away, the more data you're going to be able to gather. So let's just leave it at $20 per day there. And here we have some different options where we can choose when we're getting charged by impression or actual click. Obviously, we want to just focus on the impressions here. We want to get the lowest cost of impression, and then we're not able to change any of this other stuff here, and I wouldn't worry about it, because here, if we want to specialize when our ads are being shown, right, this is where we need to set it up. However, we need to have a lifetime budget, okay? So let's say that you wanted to show the ads from 9 to 5, only in that particular time frame, right? You would need to select a lifetime budget. However, for most local businesses, especially for like a dentist, a lot of these leads will come in at different times of the night, because people will be on Facebook scrolling on their news feed, and they'll see an offer, they'll see an ad, and then they'll submit their information, and then that business can follow up with them the next day. So let's go to continue. Now that we've set this up, we have just a simple audience here, right? 10-mile radius for men and women, right? We have both of the genders here, and you can obviously test either one, but for this, we're just going to leave it at that. And then we're going to go to continue. And then we want to, let's say, name this dental implant. And then we can put the particular ad in here, which is the implant image, okay? And then make sure right here you select the right page that you're going to be setting up this ad on. And so we go right here, we want a single image or video. And then we want to add the media, okay? Add image, and then here's the implant, and then let's go ahead and add the implant there. Okay, great. We have the implant, and then now what we want to do is actually write out the copy. So let's check this out on the desktop newsfeed. All right, so let's go ahead and write out our copy here. Let's write, everybody loves a great smile, and we specialize in great smiles. And then For a limited time, we're offering 10 first-time visitors a dental implant for just $9.99. Okay, then we put that's a savings of $800. Okay, and then click to claim this special offer and smile with a little more confidence. Perfect. So this is the ad copy right here. People are going to be able to see this. Whoops, looks like, there we go, for just $9.99. Okay, great. That's an average of savings. Okay, 800. Okay, great. And so now we want to go right here and have our headline. And this is where we want to be congruent here with our offer. So $9.99 dental implant offer. Okay. And then leave it right there. And then for the description right here, for a limited time. Okay, great. So now we have this ad here set up. We have the ad copy here. We have the $9.99 dental implant offer headline, and then the description right here as well. So everything is congruent. And just for example purposes, we're going to take a landing page here, Crawl Space Pro Cleaners, and I'm going to put that in here. And you should understand that obviously this is not the right landing page here, but it's more just giving you an example of how this process works when you're creating your ad. You know, obviously you want to have the unique landing page for this offer here, but this is just for an example. So we're going to put in the Crawl Space Cleaners there. Okay, and so whenever somebody goes to and clicks on this ad, they're going to go to the crawlspacecleaners.com, right? And you obviously want to have that be a friendly URL. So whatever landing page you're using, making sure that it's all congruent and relevant as much as possible. And then if we look at the call to action here, we have learn more or book now. Either one of these will work. The learn more obviously is a little bit more indirect, right? Where you're just telling people to click on the ad to learn more. The book now is a little bit more of a direct call to action, where you're telling people, hey, sign up and book an appointment now, right? So let's go down here. Obviously we want to have the pixel set up, and then we will be able to go to confirm here, and it should take up to 24 hours for the ads to go live. But that's pretty much it here as far as what we're running and how we're setting up the ads. Just a simple walkthrough. We want to make sure we have the headline, the text, the imaging, right? And then be able to go to confirm here. And obviously we want to have our pixels in place. Let's say we had this page here for the dental implant. We want to make sure we have the right pixel here, and then also the right pixel event with the thank you page. So let's go thank you right here. On this page, it should have a lead. So let's go down here, just like it is right there. So we want to make sure that this particular page here, right, it's going to have the lead conversion tracker, okay? Because obviously when somebody's landing here to this particular page, it's telling us that this is a lead now, okay? So that's how you're going to launch the clicks campaign, the traffics. This is going to be typically your very first type of campaign. In this video, we're going to go over the ad budget and schedule. So one of the first things that you want to take a look at here is the optimization for ad delivery, okay? And this gives us 3 different sections here that we can select. The first one here is talking about the impressions. They're going to deliver the ad to as many people as possible, as many times as possible, okay? And then the post engagement here is essentially what we're looking for, because what this is going to do is it's going to deliver the ads to the right people to help get the most likes, shares, comments, right, on the post for the lowest cost. And that's exactly what we're looking for here, right? We're looking to set up a page post engagement to be able to build that social proof, that engagement with our ad, So then we can reuse that particular ad on a conversion campaign, right? And be able to have that built-in social proof, that engagement, and be able to increase our amount of leads. Because once somebody has seen an ad and they see that it has a ton of engagement, likes, comments, right, shares, they're obviously going to be drawn to it and want to, find out what it's all about. And so this is what we're looking to accomplish here. This is what we want to optimize for, right? We want to show it to as many people as possible so that we can get the most interaction through it, right? And then right here, cost control. This is if you have a very specific cost that you want to stay within. I wouldn't worry about this right here. I would focus more down here on the ad schedule and budget. And normally what you want to start off with is at least $10 per day, okay? And what you can do is you can actually run your ads continuously, right? And not ever stop them. And believe it or not, for the local space, if you're doing like dentist, if you're doing like anything that's service-based where it's not immediate, right? Then I would leave them continuously, right? Because you'll find that a lot of people sometimes are scrolling through their phone at night or on the weekends and they see an ad and then it really hits them and they want to, learn more and they'll submit their information. So running the ads continuously isn't necessarily a bad thing, and I highly recommend it. Now, if you have like a local service business that is only in operation for certain hours of the day, right, 9 to 5, you can go ahead and set that up here specifically. So let's go down over here now to the show me more options. Now, you're going to get charged per impression, right? This is not Google PPC. We're not getting charged by click. We're getting charged by each time somebody sees the ad. And then we have the ad scheduling here and the delivery type. So the delivery type, I'd leave this as standard here. I wouldn't worry about this. What you can also do is have like a lifetime budget, but I wouldn't recommend that for what we're doing here in the local space. And for the majority of the type of businesses that we're going to be working with, the daily budget is just fine. And just running the ads continuously and understanding that, some businesses may only want to run ads during the day, during certain hours, and we can set that up right here, okay? So this is really all you need to know here as far as the budget and schedule. Typically, if you're running ads, you're just going to be starting out with that $10 per day, and then you can increase the budget 20-25%, right? However, in the very beginning, you want to launch the ads and not touch them for a few days. And we're going to go over more into the optimization in another video. However, when you first start the ads, just a quick tip, you don't want to be doing anything at all with it. You want to let Facebook do its thing and gather data, right? And then after 3 to 4 days, you want to look at what are the metrics, what does the data coming back look like, and then be able to optimize from there. Okay, so that's going to be here for the budget and schedule, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the conversion campaign. Now, this is something that you want to do if you want to get immediate results for your client. If you have some specific offer that you want to get immediate results for, this is going to be the best way for you to go about that. However, what you want to do first, and we walked through in another video, the pixel. So making sure that you have the pixel installed, right, like we went through in the other video, and making sure you have a custom conversion created, just like we installed on the thank you page, where it's telling us that when somebody lands on that page, right, that means that they're a lead, because that's the only way that they can get there. So make sure you have your pixel installed, and then you have your lead conversion, right, custom conversion on the thank you page. So let's go over here to conversions, and this is going to be where we're optimizing for clicks, right, and then we're going to actual conversion. So when we're optimizing for a conversion, we have to understand that that could be a lot of different things. And for this particular instance, like I mentioned, to be able to get very quick results, we're going to be optimizing for conversions of clicks, and then we're going to switch the conversions from clicks to actual conversions for leads, right? So let's go down here and let's just name this dental implant This is just going to be an example here. Make sure you're following along with the proper naming structure. And then let's go to continue. And then we'll set up here our particular age. Let's just say 25 to 60. All right, so now that we're here, we want to make sure that we're selecting the right conversion event that we installed on the landing page, right? This is going to be the lead here. So whenever somebody's landing on this thank you page, this is going to get triggered right here. We see there's a lead right there. So let's go ahead and move forward with this. Now, what we want to do here is make sure that we're optimizing for the right type of conversion. And that's going to be the link clicks right here, okay? Because we want to get the most amount of clicks within a 3-day period, or anywhere between 20 to 30 clicks, and then switch it to a optimization for conversions, okay? Very important here. What we're looking to do is kind of hack this with Facebook, where we have a conversion campaign. However, we're not optimizing right out of the gate for conversions, right? We're optimizing after about 3 days or 20 to 30 clicks, okay? So let's go to link clicks right there. Okay, great. Now notice this here. This is saying that the particular ad here is going to be optimized not for the actual conversions. And that's precisely what we're doing here. We wanted to get optimized for the link clicks, because then that is an actual optimization trigger. And then once we start getting some data on the link clicks, right, then we can turn that into the actual conversion. So very important to understand there that what we're doing here is we're letting Facebook optimize for the conversion of the link click. And then once we get that data, then we switch that to a actual conversion, okay? Because we want to have data before we can turn on the actual conversions. We could just put a simple audience here for the dental offer. So let's just say we're targeting people 25 to 60, okay? And then let's grab this particular, well, this address right here. And then we want to do a certain mile radius. So let's go to edit right here. Exit that. And then boom right there. Okay, great. 25 to 60. That's going to be good right there. Okay, great. And then we want to make sure we have the right edit placements here. So then going right here, this is where we want to set our budget. You can do as low as 10, but obviously recommended here is 20. So let's go ahead and run this continuously. If you want to run this between a certain time frame, you can do that here. But for this, we're just going to leave it as a daily budget right there. And so now we're going to go to continue here. And then we're going to set up our ad. Now, I'm not going to create an ad here. I'm just giving you an overview of the clicks to conversions, because after about 3 days and we get about 20 or 30 clicks, we then want to go into the specific ad set and then change the conversion from clicks to actual conversions. So get this set up here with the clicks to conversion, gather that data, 20 or 30 clicks, and then after that, go back into the ad set and switch the conversions. Let's go to right here. Switch the conversions in your actual campaign, right, to now be conversions for actual real conversions, right? Like I've mentioned, this is a really nice little neat hack here where you can optimize for those clicks first, get those clicks 20 or 30, wait about 3 days, and then come back in here to the ad set level and switch this to an actual conversion right there, and then boom, right? And then Facebook's going to go find those individuals that are most likely to convert into a lead, okay? So very, very powerful strategy here, and that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the conversions campaign. Now, for the most part, anytime that we're doing a conversion campaign and we're not using the clicks to conversions strategy, we're wanting to create a conversion campaign only when we have gathered data either through a traffic or engagement and even video views and lead generation type of campaign. Because once we have created these types of audiences here, right, and created the custom audiences, lookalike audiences, all the different retargeting audiences, that's when we can create the conversion campaigns and actually allow Facebook to find those individuals that are going to be most likely converting, right? However, it's going to be very difficult for us to find conversions, right? If Facebook doesn't have enough data and we're just creating a conversion to a cold audience, right? That's why it's important for this consideration phase here, where we want to gather data on the pixel so we can create those custom audiences, and then we can use those custom audiences on the conversion campaign. So this one here, let's just name this a dental implants offer. Okay, great. And what we're going to do here is we're going to leave it for conversions, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead here and add in a lookalike or a custom. Let's go with, let's see here. Let's just go with this one here. I know it's very low amount of audience size, but this is more just an example. And then we can actually, go and create the ad, right? However, the biggest thing here that I want you to keep in mind, I'm not going to go through the entire ad creation process because we've gone through that in other videos and you already know how to do that, right? And the most important thing here that I'm trying to get across to you is that when we're running these campaigns for conversions, this is after, right, that we're gathering the pixel data from our link clicks campaign, and then we're creating those custom audiences and lookalike audiences, and then driving them to a conversion campaign. Now, that's if we're not using the clicks to conversions campaign strategy, right, in the very beginning, right? Because we can easily optimize here for the clicks or the page views, right? However, this is for after we've ran those ads and we've got that data. I want to really make sure that you understand the difference there, okay? This is after we've created those link click campaigns. We've created different, custom audiences based off of, let's say we've, ran lead generation campaigns, we've ran engagement ads, and we've been able to create all of those different audiences from people that did not take an action, didn't submit their lead information, right? We want to create those custom audiences and then create a conversion campaign to input all of those audiences, right? So let's say right here, I would have the custom audience or lookalike audience of everybody who landed on my landing page and didn't submit their information through the links clicks campaign. And then I can also target people that landed on the lead form, right? And then didn't submit their information, right? So conversions are fantastic for after we've gathered the data and then we're able to get those into actual conversion campaigns. So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the engagement campaign. Now, this particular campaign here is going to be great for social proof and easily building retargeting audiences. So what we're looking to do here is find people that are going to be liking, commenting, sharing, right, which builds up that social proof within our ad and creates that brand awareness. Because if people are sharing, if they're liking it, mostly if they're sharing it, that is essentially giving people recommendations and referrals to our particular brand or your client's brand, obviously, if you're running the ads there for them. Now, there's 3 different types of campaign engagements that we can do here, which is the post engagement and the page likes, and also the events responses, but we're not going to be working with this here. We're just going to be working with the post engagement and page likes. So the post engagement, this is where, just like I mentioned, we can create those likes, comments, shares, because Facebook is going to be showing this ad to those who are most likely going to be actually, clicking, actually commenting, liking, and sharing in the first place. And so we can create custom audiences based on that. And then page likes as well. Page likes is something where we are getting people to just like our page, and it's very good for warming up a cold audience. Because if somebody is liking our page, then they have seen our brand, they are familiar with it, and they have actually clicked on the like button to like the page, so they already are familiar with us, right? And so once we have people that have liked our Facebook page, we can then create custom audiences from those individuals. So everybody who has liked the Facebook page, right? And so then that means that we can run ads to the warm audience that actually likes the Facebook page. So this is really good here as far as the engagement to build, like I said, social proof with the post engagement and or with the page likes to get people to actually become fans of our brand, of our business, and then create those lookalikes and custom audiences based off of the two here, right? With the post engagement, we want to create audiences off of everybody who's liking, commenting, sharing. With the page engagement here, we want to create an audience of everybody who is liked the Facebook page, right? And so let's go ahead and create a post engagement here. Dental engagement, okay? So let's just make this be for a dental client, and we want to just create that awareness and get as much engagement as we can, so then we can create that lookalike audience. So for this here, let's just put this dental office Seattle. Okay, we'll just name this here. We have the naming structure in a different video, but I just want to give you an overview and example of how we would set up the engagement ad. So we have that set up right here. Let's go right here and grab this address. Okay, and then exit out of there. And we'll change this to 25 to 55. Okay. And we can test individual genders, but for this, we'll just leave it at all genders, male and female. And then we'll leave it open. We'll let Facebook optimize for us to find the right type of individuals. And then we can save this audience right here. For this, let's go to edit placements here. We only want the Facebook news feed right there. We want to exit out of this. Okay, so we should be good there. And then for this, we want to do, at least $10 a day. Okay, and then this down here, I would leave it exactly how it is. And then we would go to continue. And so what we can do here is we can create an ad, a brand new one, or we can use an existing post. So for example, let's say that we created another engagement post previously and it was very, very popular. And then now we want to create another one and be able to utilize that same exact post, right? We can do that here, okay? And we can maintain all of that social proof on that ad, right? All we got to do is select the post. So for this here, we're going to create an ad here. And it's just going to be single image. Let's go to add media and let's go to add image and let's go to stock photos. Let's make this for a dentist. Let's see here. Okay, let's just go ahead and select this one right there. We're actually right here. Let's move this one. Let's select that one right there. And so this is just going to be an engagement, right? Just an awareness. We're getting people to become aware of the actual brand here and not necessarily looking for any kind of action to be taken. The action that we're looking for, which Facebook is going to optimize for anyways, is the likes, comments, and shares, right? And so here, let's go back over here. Let's just grab this simple text right here, just an awareness, okay? Okay, right here, let's copy this. And so notice here, this is not anything as far as call to action. It's just, hey, we want to let people become aware and we want people to comment, share, and like, okay? So no button there. And then this is where we set in our parameters. And then we are good to go. We would go to confirm and then be able to kick this off. And then based off of the audience and the data that we get here, right? This is where we can create those custom audiences and also the lookalike audiences as well. So just to recap here, remember that an engagement campaign isn't getting us any type of leads. It may have leads coming in and we may get some opportunities through there, but for the most part, it's just creating that awareness, that social proof, getting that data information so that we can create those custom audiences based off of the user interaction, right? In this video, we're going to go over the traffic and engagement ad stack. So the way that this works here is we're going to have two separate campaigns and we're going to use one ad. So let's look over here and think about this first one right here. This is a traffic campaign, okay? This is going to be the one where we're getting the link clicks, right? So this is traffic. And then it's going to run to one ad, right? We have the same exact audience here. Let's say we do 25 to 55, okay? And so right here we have our ad, and this is going to be the same exact ad that we're going to be running over here in our engagement. So this is going to be an engagement PPE, okay? So we have our traffic campaign for the clicks, right? This is one ad right here. And this ad right here is going to be the same exact one that we're using over here. So let's go down here, 25 to 55, okay? So two different campaign objectives, traffic, right? Clicks, page post engagement, and then the same exact ad, okay? So the only difference here is that we are running just two different campaigns. Everything else is the same. This, as far as the ad set targeting, and the actual ad is going to be the same, because what we're doing here is we're setting up this traffic campaign and we're getting some clicks, we're getting some data there, and then we're going to automatically, okay, create a particular engagement ad right here as well, using the same exact ad right here with the post ID. And so what ends up happening is that once you have a ad here through the traffic campaign, there's going to be a very specific post ID that we use here. And so our whole intention here is stacking both of these, because what we're doing is we're able to stack the likes, the comments, the shares, okay, for both of these. And we're going to walk through step by step how we set that up. However, the main intention here is to be able to get, let's say, out of 1 million people that we're targeting, right? 500 of those typically are going to be, just for example purposes here, right? 500,000 of those are going to be those that actually click, right? That are actually, you know, taking action. And then the other 50% of those are going to be the ones that are engagement folks, right? That like, that comment, that share, but don't really take any kind of action as far as submitting their information. So when we're doing this, we can knock out two birds with one stone, because we're building up a ton of social proof here, right? With the page post engagement. And then we're getting traffic and clicks, right? And actual leads coming in here through the traffic campaign as well. So one ad right here, right? One ad being shown in two different campaigns, right? Simultaneously. And this is extremely powerful here, right? Because then we get to, if we have that audience of 1 million, now we're catching both of these folks, right? So very, very powerful here. So let's go and let's create a traffic campaign. And let's just leave this here, dental implant, okay? And this is just gonna be for example purposes here. Let's go dental implant offer, okay? And let's go ahead and copy this address here. And let's exit this right there and then put in the address, copy this. Okay, great. We'll do a 10-mile radius, and then we'll do 25 to 55. Fantastic. We'll leave that there. Okay, and then we will do the link clicks there. We will go to continue, and then we will create this ad here and it'll go live, and then it'll have a specific post ID. We got that set up. Okay, great. Okay, so now we would launch this campaign. We would go to confirm, okay? And then we would get a specific post ID here, okay? And so we'll use this exact one for our engagement, okay? And so let me go ahead and confirm. Okay, so this particular dental implant offer here that we put together, let's go ahead and turn all these off here. I just want to show you here how we would set this up. Okay, so now what we want to do is go to the ad here, and we want to go to edit. Okay, so if we want to grab the post ID, we'll go right here, and then we'll go to share a link, and then we'll copy this right here, and then we'll go right here, and then we'll get a post ID right here. Okay, going to copy that right there. And so now let's go back over here, and then what we want to do is take this exact ad here and then turn this into an actual engagement campaign. All right, so now we're going to go and create a whole new campaign here, and we want to go, let's go back, and we want to create a different campaign. Let's go to close, and we want to go back. Let's go to create, and we want to create an engagement campaign, and we're going to use the same exact post. Okay, so let's call this dental implant. Okay, and then we'll just put offer. We'll go to continue. Okay, let's put in here we'll change the age here, and then we'll go to the particular location here. Let's go right here, copy this, and then put in the actual address here. Okay, great. So now we have the 10-mile radius of the location. We would go to our bid here. If you want to get the most out of it, I would say go at least $10, okay, for the engagement here. And so what this is allowing us to do here is capture the whole entire audience. Because like I mentioned previously, if we only have 760,000 people here, well, we're obviously not going to reach everybody, because not everybody in that audience is going to be engaging, liking, commenting, sharing. And so this is allowing us to capture this entire audience here as much as possible with the wide mix of people that are liking, commenting, and sharing, and then also those from the traffic campaign that are actually taking action. So it's just massive social proof stacking, branding awareness, and also being able to increase the number of leads, right? Because obviously somebody is going to want to click on an ad that they see that has a ton of social engagement and performance, right? So let's go down here. Let's leave it at $11 per day. Let's go to continue. Okay. And this is where we want to use an existing post, right? So we'll put in the post ID in here. So now what we want to do is we want to add in that particular ad that we created, right, with the traffic. So let's go ahead and select post here. We can take the post ID, or we can just select this here. We'll go to continue. And so as you can see here, it's loading up the exact ad, right, that we created with the traffic campaign. And so now we get to double stack our ads, where we have the same exact ad right here that we're showing in the traffic, also showing up with an engagement campaign as well. So we can maximize our social proof and our link click so we can get the most amount of leads, right? So all you got to do here is get the post ID or select the actual post, and it'll pull up here. So we can run simultaneously the traffic campaign with one ad, and then use that same exact ad with the engagement campaign as well. And so that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so I want to quickly walk you through one of the most easiest way to generate leads through Facebook, which is through the lead generation form here. So let's go ahead and create this here. This is on the create new campaign. Okay, if you go into your ads in your business manager here, and you go to the ads manager, you go to create new campaign. So we'll go to continue here, lead generation campaign. We'll make sure that we select the right Facebook page, right? You're going to set your ad set there. You're going to put in your information here. If this is great for if you're targeting local businesses, so maybe a roofer, a dentist, anybody in the local area, HVAC company that you may be working with, where it's super easy to get somebody's name, email, phone number. Okay, so here's you put in all your demographics, right? Location, age, male or female, right? Detailed targeting there. I like to leave this a bit open just to have the pixel be able to collect its data and be able to give us a better idea as far as who is the best type of individual that's actually searching for this stuff, or who is interested in the services. Okay, so sometimes I'll add in a little bit of information here as far as the age, because I have an idea of who would be interested in the services, right? Okay, so we want to go to edit placements here. We want to make sure that we're only doing the Facebook feeds, okay? And then that's good there. I like to do $10 a day. Okay, leave that there. Okay, all this else is good. Okay. Gosh, I just accepted this. Let me come up here real quick. Okay, so turn this back to the Sesame Digital Marketing, and let's go to continue. Okay, so we want to look for, this is not how we're going to be doing the ad here, right? Because we're not going to be doing okay, so we're going to be doing an actual ad here. And obviously, it depends on how you're going to be doing it here. If you're doing a carousel, image, video, slideshow, we're going to be doing a single image here because we're going to direct folks to an actual lead form, okay? So let me show you over here. Let's go down. All right. So obviously, you want to make sure we have an image in here. We want to fix up the ad here, right? However it is, let's go, blah, 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 here is this ad, right? We want to make sure that this ad here is compelling enough to have people click on it and then submit their information, right? Whatever it is that you're presenting, however it is that you're going to be doing the ad there, you want to make it very compelling, enticing for somebody to click on there, right? Perhaps even an irresistible offer. So then down here, right, instead of folks going to a landing page, which they typically do when we select these types of forms here, they're going to go to this lead form here. Very, very simple, okay? So let's go down over here and let's create this form, right? And you can see there, let's go to OK, just how simple this looks, right? Somebody clicks on the ad, right? And then they can go to sign up now and boom, put in their information. I mean, it's that simple. Okay, so let's go to, you want to go to more volume here, okay? And then you want to go to intro, headline goes here, right? There it is up top. Okay, and then want to keep this image. This is what this ad is, or this is what this is going to give you. Okay, there we go. So, and then some information down here, right? So basically, we're just putting in this information here that would make sense for us to collect data, right? And it's just like a little simple landing page, but it's very, very simple where the information oftentimes is even already updated and uploaded here because it's pulling from Facebook's algorithm, right? Facebook data. So questions, right? Let's say we were to put, I like to put email. I like to put full name first, okay? Full name, email, okay? And then, well, first name. Let's do this. Let's go first name, phone number, and email, okay? Simple as that. And that's going to get you the most amount of leads because the more questions that you have, the more people are going to not want to fill this out, right? People are lazy. They want to be nice and quick with it. So I would come up here and make sure that this is saved. Okay. So let's say this is for a roofing campaign, roofing lead ad. Okay. So it's that simple. We'll go to save. Okay. So we'll go to finish. Obviously, we want to save it. Okay. Finish. Boom. Okay. So it's essentially that simple to set these up. Okay, we want to save this. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot about this. So we need to put in the privacy policy here and the thank you page here. I'm not going to put this in here because it's just, I'm just making this video for you to give you an example of this lead form here and how powerful it is, because it truly is so simple to generate leads. You don't even need a landing page, right? And it works perfect for local businesses. So here's a thank you page here. You could say thanks. We'll be in touch shortly. Right? Something simple, right? Here's your website down here that you can have, and then privacy policy. Make sure that your client's website has a privacy policy here that you can put in there, and I think that should be good. So then you'd save it, and then you go to finish, and then you should be able to use this and drive folks to this particular lead form here and generate a ton of leads. All right, thanks. All right, so in this video, we're going to go over how to create a video for our video views campaign. So this is a great tool here that I recommend, nvideo.io. You're going to have a coupon code for, I believe, 10 to 15% off. I think it's about $10 to $15 per month. And you can create some awesome videos here, from pre-made templates to different types of stories. It's just a fantastic platform for creating very high quality videos. And what you can do is you can sell these to your prospective clients by getting your foot in the door and being able to create a very high quality value video and then sell it to your prospective clients for $40, $50 just to get your foot in the door, and they can see the quality of your work. Now, for this particular example here, we're going to create a dental implant video that we can use for our campaign because we want to retarget those who have watched a specific percentage of the video. So let's go to blank canvas here, and then let's just go to use this template, even though we're going to change this around here. And so as long as we have this particular format here, all we got to do is go to the videos here and put in dental implant and look for one of these here. Okay, perfect. So what we'll do here is we'll take this and we'll add it over here. Okay, and we'll use the full video. And so now we've switched that out. Okay, so let's not have any text here at all. All we want is this video to play. And we'll see here that when we press the play, it's literally just playing the video exactly how we want it to be. And it's just showing the example here of how a dental implant is installed, right? Okay, great. And so now what we want to do is we want to go to save, okay? Okay, so let's go to preview and export here, and then we can go to export video. And now we have a video here that is going to be just for this particular project here, which is for the dental implant. And these are very simple and easy to create. Just a matter of going in there and selecting a specific template, or being able to type in whatever type of offer. Let's say you're running an offer for a carpet cleaning client, or any type of local service business. For the most part, InVideo is going to have ready done for you video templates that you can use in there for you to be able to create these video ads so that we can create the retargeting audiences. That's really what this is really about here with the video views, is that awareness, that branding, and our ability to create those retargeting campaigns. All right, so this video here is completed, and what we can do is download this here. And so now we have this video here. We can see it right there, and very nice and simple, that we're going to be able to use for our particular video view campaign. So now let's go ahead and go back to our ads manager here, and let's go ahead and create these video views here. And then we want to do dental implant video views. Okay, let's go to continue, 25 to 55, and then we want to up here name that 25 through 55 dental implant video views. Okay, great. Now right here we want to make sure that we are optimizing for a through play. Okay, we want to make sure that we get as many views as possible for as long as possible. So let's go to continue now, And so let's go ahead and name this the dental implant video view. Okay. And then we want to set up a ad here that is going to be showing the video. So let's go ahead and add a video here. Okay, great. So what we did here is we grabbed the video that we just created, and let's go ahead and grab the copy now. And let's leave this right here. Okay, great. Let's go to desktop. So now we'll have this video views ad here, and it'll have an offer here, right? We'll have the click here, and then we'll have the bit.ly link. Okay. However, we know that this particular ad here isn't going to convert the best because it's being optimized for video views and not for conversions or clicks, right? However, we're still going to get some people that take action on this, right? And so even though only a small number of people will, we want to make sure that it's there for them to be able to click on the link and take action. This video view here is to really show people how this works, right? As far as for the dental implant. And so very, very powerful here for those that are watching this video at least 50%, 75, and 95. So we can create those retargeting audiences. So this is how you create a quick video ad here. Very, very simple. And like I mentioned, you can use the InVideo software here to create videos very quickly and easily. And you can also sell them to your prospective clients to get your foot in the door, right? Just imagine if you provided a video like this to your client, and then you even put in their brand name in there and let them know that you're able to create customized videos, and maybe you sell them this video for 25, 40, even $50, right? Just to get your foot in the door. That's the most important thing here, is understanding that once money is transferred, right, then that is a client now, and there's trust built up. So very, very powerful. Let's go back over here. This is going to be it here. Obviously, you want to have the pixel set up properly. You'd go to confirm, and you'd be ready to go. So that's how you create a video ad and how you can get a video created through InVideo. That's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. Now, when it comes to e-commerce, Shopify, these are the main campaign objectives that you're going to be using for an e-commerce store, for a Shopify store, to have successful Facebook ad campaigns. So Audience Insights, this is a tool that we're going to go ahead and walk through, but I wanted to give you an idea here of what this is. This is a fantastic tool that allows us to go and look at our competitors' audiences. So let's go right ahead to the Audience Insights. Now, let's say that we have a bodybuilding product that we want to promote to the bodybuilding community. So the first thing that I would do is come in here and type in interest. I would go to bodybuilding or even bodybuilding.com. So bodybuilding, okay? And then I would go to really find out, okay, what is a common age here? So 18 to 24, 25 to 35, and then 35 to 44. So I would even go 21 to, I would say like 35, or even, let's go over here, let's go to 40. Just so we have a really good audience there that is going to make the most sense, right? And so for us, it's obviously going to be all men, because men are obviously going to be the ones interested in bodybuilding. Yes, there are females, but not that many. And now that we've broken this down a little bit as far as just men between 21 and 40, if you want to just target all the United States, you can do that. If you want to target several countries, but for this one, I'm just going to be doing the United States. And so if we wanted to break this down even further here with the relationship status, we go to advanced, and then we go to relationship status. So we know it's single, in a relationship, and married. Single, in a relationship, married. Okay, so now we know that we have a really good audience here that is very likely to be interested in bodybuilding and want to purchase bodybuilding products. So now let's go over here and look at the page likes and the different pages that are similar to what we're trying to promote. Okay, so I know MusclePharm is a great one, Optimum Nutrition, bodybuilding.com, Cellucor. These are all products that I know that have different supplements that are very, very similar to what we're trying to do, right? So MusclePharm over here, these are a bodybuilding supplement company. Same thing here with Optimum Nutrition. and then over here, bodybuilding.com, they essentially, promote a lot of different products, but they are a good candidate for us as well. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm going to show you how to download these particular individuals here that like this page so that you can upload audiences to Facebook that are hyper targeted. Now in here, we can break this down even further to different types of page likes where people are going to like, Cellucor, they're going to like bodybuilding.com, but they're also going to like different pages as well. Now, we can target people, let's say that like bodybuilding.com, that like Muscle Farm, and then that also like a famous bodybuilder, so that our audience is very, very targeted, right? So with the affinity here, this is essentially telling us how close these are as far as to our initial seed audience, right? So if we want to see Muscle Farm here, Optimum Nutrition, Dr. Jim Stoppani, I think this is a bodybuilder guy here. Yes, so this is a good guy to target as well, but essentially these are all going to show us as far as the page likes that are most similar to what we're looking for. So now let me show you how I would set up a particular audience targeting here. So let's go to the ads manager here, and I'm going to show you how we would set this up. So we already have our particular audience insight here. So we have 21 to 40. So we would set that up here, 21 to 40. All right, so let's go ahead and create this custom audience here. Let's go to bodybuilding. So we want people who like bodybuilding, interested in that, 54 million. And then we want to narrow this down. Let's say Muscle Farm, people who also like Muscle Farm. Awesome. And then we want people that also like a famous bodybuilder. Let's say Ronnie Coleman. Okay, great. So now we have a really good audience here of individuals that like bodybuilding, that like Muscle Farm, which is a bodybuilding supplement company, and then that like Ronnie Coleman, which is a bodybuilder. So this is a really good audience here for us to target, because we know that these people are going to be interested in our particular bodybuilding supplement. So how we would set this up down here, we go to edit placements. We only want this to go into the feeds. So we want to exit this, okay, and then exit this here, and then boom, just up here in the actual feeds. And I would even start off at $5 per day. You don't need to have $20, $5 is sufficient enough. Whoops, let's go to $5 a day there. Now, this is essentially how you would start off, right? You would create an audience here, and then you would run ads and kind of see what people are doing, make sure that you're tracking everybody along the buyer's journey. But the problem with this is that you need to spend a lot of money with Facebook in order for them to collect data, right? Or you can shortcut your success by using this special tool that I'm going to show you right now. So this special tool here is called MailBiz. And what you can essentially do with this is download customer file lists from different competitors of yours. The first thing that we're going to do is go to bodybuilding over here, and we're going to essentially copy this URL, and we're going to get the Facebook ID here. So we're going to go to the ID finder, type that in, find ID, and then it should give us an ID here. We're going to copy this. Okay, we're going to exit out of here. We're going to go to email extractor, fan page extractor, type in the ID, and then we're going to go to extract. And so what this is going to do is going to download as many emails as it can. And typically it downloads about 70, 80, 85, maybe 90% of the people that like that Facebook page, that are fans, right? The name, email, and actual contact information. So this is a really secret way here to get very hyper specific targeted audiences. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this here, but as you can see, it's starting to pull email information there. And essentially what happens is you can download the Excel file and then upload that to Facebook so that you'll have very hyper specific targeted audiences, right? So that's how you can create very specific, hyper targeted custom audiences right out of the gate without having to collect data from Facebook, without having to do any kind of interest targeting, all this stuff, right? You can right out of the gate have a very targeted audience that you know already likes a particular brand, right? So this tool here, I recommend if you're in the e-commerce space, if you're in the Shopify space, I highly recommend you use this tool. I'm going to have a link down below, and you can actually use this tool to look at individual Facebook ads from your competitors. You can actually do product research on different Shopify stores. So highly recommend you take a look at this tool. And let's even go over here. I want to show you, let's go to dashboard. They have different tiers here as far as pricing. I believe I'm on the enterprise, but they have an e-commerce version over here for $177, right? And then you can actually go and research winning products, trending products, Shopify products, and essentially be able to really look at your competition and see what they're doing, how they're, putting together their ads. So I highly recommend you pick up this tool here. Let me know if you have any questions down below. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks. All right, so in this video, we're gonna go over the Facebook Audience Insights. Now, this is a great tool here that allows us to come in here and look at different variations of different audiences, different types of pages, different types of individuals that are going to be most likely our type of customers as well. So what we want to do here is we want to look at everybody on Facebook. We want to look at the entire platform. And so let's say we have a supplement for bodybuilders, and we're looking to find others that may be interested in our bodybuilding supplement, okay? So the first thing that we would do here is we would go to the actual area here, whatever type of area you want to target, whether it be the entire world or if you want to just target the US. Here for example purposes, we'll just type in the US. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is type in bodybuilding.com because we want people that are interested in bodybuilding supplement. Okay, great. So now we can see here that we have an audience of 2 million to 2.5 million people. Now this is going to be great here because it's going to give us information as to how we can break this down even further. So here we can see that we have the audience of 18 to 24, and then 25 to 34, and then 35 to 44. So this is typically going to be these two here, the best type of ages that we can target. And more often than not, it's going to be the majority of men that are going to be interested in bodybuilding products. So let's go to 25 through, let's say around 40, okay? That's going to be the best numbers there, 25 to about 40. And let's go to all men there, okay? And so we're going to just set up this audience here of men of 25 to 40, okay? And then down here we can look at the relationship status. We can see 34% of them are single, 19% of them are in relationship, and then 42% of them are actually married. So this makes sense here. With the in a relationship and engaged, typically they are in a relationship and they're more focused on the relationship more often than not. But those that are single obviously are going to be more focused on themselves. And then when they're married, they typically are able to focus on working out as well. And so let's look at the college here. 70% of these individuals have a college degree. And then we can go down here and look at some of the top job titles here as well. Okay, so now that we have kind of a baseline audience here, we have about 900 to 1 million people, and we've broken this down to 25 to around 40 for the men. Let's go to the page likes, and we can look at here some additional page likes that these individuals are also going to be liking. And so one of the best things that you can do here is when you're creating different audiences is create buckets of audience. So for example, people that like bodybuilding, right? They're typically going to like these other products here or brands as well. And so what you can do is create a bucket of audience of people who like bodybuilding.com, and then create another bucket of audience that of people who like bodybuilding.com and BSN and Optimum Nutrition here, right? Same thing with MusclePharm, right? So you want to create these buckets of audiences that give variation so that you can give Facebook enough data so they can find the right type of audience to continue to show your ads to. Now, let's go over here and look at BSN. Now we can see here they have over 1,200,000 people that like this page. Now, when we create an ad, our ad isn't going to get shown to all of these individuals. Let's say we selected bodybuilding or just this particular brand that we want to show our ads to for our bodybuilding supplement, our ad isn't going to get shown to everybody here. What's going to happen is our ad is going to get shown just to a small segment of this audience. Let's say 1%, 2% of this, actual audience. And then from that data, from that information that Facebook is collecting as far as people engaging, actually commenting, liking, maybe actually purchasing, the actual product, they're going to gather that data, gather that information, and then continue to show your ads to only those select individuals that are in alignment and connected and have the same kind of characteristics as those people who have initially engaged, liked, comment, and bought your product, right? So it's not really ever going to show it to the entire 1.2 million. It's going to show it to a bucket of audience as far as the initial conditions. And then based off of those interactions, it's going to find similar individuals off of those initial interactions to show your ad to. Okay, so it does a fantastic job with the AI, with the actual information that it gathers to go and continue to find similar individuals to show your ad to. Okay, and one of the other things that we can do here is look at the actual ads that this particular brand is running. So if we want to get some ideas, we want to look at the competition here. We can look at the ad library and look at what type of offers these guys have set up. And we can use these here for inspiration to look at what they're doing, how their ads are actually looking, and what we can do to implement and integrate some of these features, some of these characteristics into our ads as well. Okay. So going back over here to the audiences, so we know that all of these here are going to be, as far as for the vitamins and supplements, are going to be in direct competition to typically what we're doing, because we have a supplement, a bodybuilding supplement. So these guys are going to be the top brands here. And then this is another one here, Company Cellucor. And then it's going to show us a comedian here, health and wellness website. So those individuals that are our target market are typically going to have these things in common as well. And when we go down here and we look at the affinity score is how likely your audience is to like a given page in comparison to everyone else on Facebook. So the higher here, as far as the affinity, the more likely they are to like this page, right? So we can see here BSN, Optimum Nutrition, Body Spartan. More often than not, they're going to also like these pages, which it's showing up here. So then we can break this down even further. We can go to location. We can look at some of the top cities. We can look at the top countries here. Well, we only have the US location there, so that's not going to be a problem there. So top cities here. And then we can look at the activity here as well. We can look at the pages liked, the comments, the posts liked. And then we can look at the device users here, which is great for our ad. So we can know which type of individuals are actually using desktop, which are using mobile. But not only that, what type of mobile device? Are they using iPhone? Are they using an iPad? Are they using an Android device, right? So we can look at that these individuals are actually, the majority of them are using an iPhone or an iPod, okay? So that's going to be great information for when we're creating our ads. Okay, so let's go back to the demographics here, and we can look at the fact that we have the ability to go into more advanced features here. So if we go to advanced, we can break it down by language, by relationship status. We already know here that these individuals are most likely going to be as far as single here and married. So if we want to just break it down for single and married, we can do that as well. We can go here to education. We can just focus on those who have college and maybe even the high school right here as well. And we can break it down as far as the work, market segments, right? And then we can break this down even further. So that's going to be here for the audience insights. This is going to be a great tool for you to look at your competition, look at the audiences that are going to make the most sense for your product or for your service. Here with this example here for bodybuilding.com, you can see that we've been able to break this down quite a bit. We know what type of audience we're going to be targeting, what type of similar pages that our audience likes as well. And we can look at the actual competitors' Facebook ads directly on Facebook. So Audience Insights tool here, powerful tool, highly recommend, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so in this video, we're going to talk about how to get results for any niche. So what I'm about to go through is going to be pretty much all you're going to need as far as neuromarketing, human psychology, all that type of understanding of kind of what makes humans tick to be able to run ads and be able to get results for any type of client in any niche. Okay. This is going to help you in pretty much any type of digital marketing venture out there, because obviously this course is about starting your digital marketing agency, and I want you to be able to go out and get a ton of clients and be able to get them just killer results. And you're going to be able to use this not only in your agency but also in communicating with other people, right? Human interaction, because these are really just kind of life forces, driving forces that us humans have that are just wired into our psyche, right? Wired into us through biology. So let's go ahead and jump right into this here. And so what I want to talk about is the 8 foundational desires, which is pretty much the Life Force 8, which is the name that is pretty much given to this here. So basically what this talks about and what this really goes into is that there's 8 different life forces, right? That we as humans are biologically programmed to have and live with, and can make us make decisions, right, that may not be the best for us if these are triggered, right? Because as humans, we buy and make decisions based off emotion, and we justify with logic, right? We make a purchase and we say, oh, I made this purchase because of this reason, that reason, and this other reason, when really it was an emotional buy, right? It was emotion, some sort of emotion was elicited. There was a connection there, and then made a decision to make a purchase. So let's go through these 8 here. So number 1, survival, enjoyment of life, life extension. Okay. This is where, right, we want to survive as humans, as any kind of living being, right? We are here and we want to survive. Why? We want to perpetuate our lives. We want to, get married, have kids so that our seeds pass on, right? We want that actual survival, right? We want to have a nice life. We want to enjoy it. We want to have all the finer things in life. So then we have the enjoyment of food and beverage, right? We love food, right? There are so many different cooking channels. There's so many different restaurants, right? All different kinds of food. And food is something that we as humans obviously need to survive. So, and remember, these are biologically programmed within us. So then we have number 3, freedom from fear, pain, and danger. So let's say we have a small child and they're out there and they're in danger, right? We're, without even thinking, going to act and try to do whatever we can to protect that child, right? That child of ours. So pain, any kind of pain, we either are trying to move towards a particular pleasure, right? Some sort of positive outcome, or we're trying to move away from pain. And so whatever, and it's so funny because whatever it may be, humans are a lot more likely to try to get away from pain than seek pleasure, right? That's why you see a lot of copy out there hits on the negative pain points. Like if you don't do XYZ, you could, be prone to cancer and all this stuff and all these, negative things. And so that will make people actually make a decision to buy a lot more than just pointing out positive things. Hey, do you want to live a long time? Hey, do you want to, get these things and these positive effects? Yeah, I mean, I do, but I would rather not get cancer, right? I would rather avoid those kind of things. So humans, we're really interesting. Like I said, right? We would much rather do everything and take action on avoiding pain versus seeking pleasure. Okay, so sexual companionship, right? Just think about it, right? Growing up, your desire for the opposite sex is just innately there, right? Biologically programmed. As a male, right? We see a female, and she has good waist to hip proportions, right? She has a nice body, and we are just, completely aroused, right? We're just like, hey, look at that girl. She has a banging body, right? So vice versa for the guy. I mean, excuse me, for the female, right? She sees a guy, she thinks he's hot, quote unquote, or whatever, cute. She's going to get some sort of biologically programmed feeling inside her, right? She's going to get those emotional feelings. So it's something that is going to be easily triggered, right? Given the right type of messaging and ad creatives that cater to that. So comfortable living conditions, number 5, right? We all want to have not only a roof over our head, we want to have the nicest beddings, the softest beddings, right? And be very, very comfortable, right? Live in a nice, comfortable situation. So number 6, to be superior. This is kind of where the ego comes in, right? We want to be winning, hashtag winning, right? We want to have a nice lawn. We want to have a better lawn than our neighbors. If our neighbors have XYZ, maybe a trampoline, hey, we need to get a trampoline. Why don't we have that? We're falling behind, right? I think one of the trends was or even still is the, what is it called? The Alexa, I think, yeah, Alexa, and the other one that Google has. But you can pretty much talk into it, right? Ask the questions. I don't have one of those. I don't think it's that great. Can it accomplish a lot of different things? Yes, but it's one of those things where it's like, gotta have it, keeping up with the Joneses, right? So number 7, care and protection from loved ones, right? This is where we want to feel loved, right? We want to feel that we're, respected, that we're cared for, right? And just that, human connection. So that's huge there. And so number 8, social approval. This is huge, right? We want to be hip. We want to make sure we're wearing the finest clothing, right? The finest brands, the newest, the hippest, right? Kind of, brands and stuff like that, that show us and show others that, hey, we're hip, we're cool, just like everybody else, right? And social approval is really interesting because it's one of those things that really leads people to depression and to even suicide. It's actually very, very unfortunate. But the whole thing about social approval is people need to feel like they're part of a group, right? They need to feel like they're part of an actual society, and they're not like left out and just out here, just by themselves, because they need to feel like they need to fit in to, with the rest of the group, right? So when you create an advertising appeal based on these 8 foundational desires, you tap into the very essence of what makes humans tick. Very, very powerful. So these are now some additional secondary human wants that we have as well, okay? So let's go over these here now. So number 1, to be informed. We want to be up to date with all the newest information, what's going on in the marketplace, okay? What's the president doing? All these different types of information that we want to, feel like we're being informed in the world, which unfortunately, for the most part, the news, is typically only focused on the negative things, right? We hear, this and this event happened, negative thing happened, that negative thing happened. And then every so often, we'll have a positive thing. Oh, hey, so-and-so did something great, great. That's fantastic. But for the most part, the news, right? The actual media out there is looking to push, unfortunately, negative information. But that's a whole different story. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one here. So curiosity, right? We are very, very curious. That's why on a lot of the different email subject lines, we have a lot of curiosity based in there where people see it and they're like, I wonder what this is. And curiosity is one of those things where it's also kind of innately human. How do I put this? It's something that is learned in secondary, but it can be primary in certain elements, in certain kind of frames, because if you have enough curiosity built up, as far as like even sexual male and female attractionists, you can really get somebody attracted to you just based off curiosity. So like, let's say you talk to a female, and you go up to her and you're just kind of very short, but you're just totally in control. Like, hey, I'm here and I just, wanted to come up and talk to you, but hey, I actually have to go. Maybe I can see you around sometime, right? Then she's left with like curious, like, who is this guy? Like, what, who, I want to know more about him. He just couldn't come over here. Most guys come over here and try to talk to me and get my phone number and do all this stuff and come aggressive. This guy is just coming over here, not really, wanting too much. He's just kind of like, hey, I have to go. So there's that curiosity element, and this can be used in a variety of different ways. So cleanliness of body and surroundings. Number 3, this is very important. Obviously, we want to be feeling clean. We want to make sure that our place is clean. Very, very simple, right? This can be used quite a bit in different ad creatives as well. So efficiency, right? We want things to run smoother. We want things to, not only be effective, but be efficient, right? To make sure that we're doing the right things, because effectiveness is doing the right things, okay? But efficiency is doing the right things in a very precise way that allow you to get the most output, right, out of your input, okay? If that makes sense. So number 5, convenience. We all want things that are just nice and easy. So think about convenience, how Uber and Lyft have taken advantage of this one here, where people are, what they're doing, Uber and these guys, is they're selling people time, convenience, right? At any given time, they can pull up their phone and, pull up an Uber, the Uber app, and get an Uber within 5 minutes, right? The convenience factor versus them having to call a cab, wait 30 minutes or whatever. There's an Uber right down the street, can pick me up, boom, super convenient, right? They've made billions off of that. So another factor there. So number 6, dependability and quality, right? We want to make sure that things are actually good quality products. If you have, it's so funny, if you have great marketing, the quality and dependability can kind of go out the window initially, but for the long run, it can catch up to you, because no matter how great of a product it is, how high quality of it, how high quality of a product you may have, it doesn't matter if the next product, your competition, has better marketing than you and has a lower quality product. They're going to sell more, okay? And their product doesn't even need to be that great. It just needs to be good, okay? And so that's what typically happens, is the product with the not so great, kind of quality gets sold a lot more because of the volume and then the actual marketing messaging behind it. But we all want high quality products, obviously, okay? Number 7, expression of beauty and style. So this is big in the female market, also with males, with being able to kind of connect and feel like they are part of a group. Like, let's say, there's and we'll go over an example here. Let's say there's like a particular car commercial, okay, that, really portrays a businessman, like a certain kind of individual with, maybe a Mercedes commercial that portrays a very sophisticated businessman, and, you connect with that. And so you resonate with that. And so you're able to then go pick up a Mercedes, a Benz, right? And be able to tell the world through that car that, hey, I have style, I have class, I'm just like that guy on the commercial, because that's the marketing message behind the car, right? Is this car is for these kind of people. Hey, I see myself as one of those type of people. Let me go out and buy this car, right? So number 8, the economy and profit. So we all want to, right, make as much money as possible. We all want to, and the economy means more of we want things to be pretty easy, right? Pretty kind of even keel. We don't want too many craziness going on. We want our lives to be pretty simple, and we want to make sure that our economy is actually pretty steady. But there's a lot of different things that go into those factors, but that one isn't that so much important. And I think, and I believe these are going into more of an order of importance, right? Bargains, right? Everybody wants a bargain, right? Everybody wants a deal. And so when you have an ad that is talking to that audience that says, hey, we're giving away, or we're doing a special, and we're doing 60% off, right? Come in and get it now while it's hot. Only 10 of these available, right? People are going to jump on like hotcakes, right? They're going to be selling like hotcakes. So these are not as powerful as the previous 8, right? The Life Force 8, because they're not biologically driven. Okay, think about it. And this is a good example here. So which desire would you respond to first? To buy a new shirt or to run out of a burning building, right? To buy a new shirt, which is the whole beauty and style, right? Or run out of a burning building, which is the whole fear and making sure that you're safe, right? It's not even a question. So think about this. If you're single, would you be more driven to organize your desk, right, for efficiency, cleanliness, or whatever, or have amazing sex with this hottie who's been flirting with you at the coffee shop, right? It's a no-brainer there, right? You're biologically driven to want to go after the hottie, right? That sexual companionship, right? So these are kind of the secondary, but they still are extremely powerful. Okay, so the 8 Life Force formula for desire. So this is pretty much the actual formula for being able to get people to take action based off the actual 8 life forces that we have gone over. So when we talk about the very first step, right, we have tension. There's some kind of tension that needs to be there in the first place. Okay, let's say you have a tension where somebody is having a certain situation, maybe with their kitchen. Maybe it's dirty, okay, and there's a lot of bacteria. Okay, that's tension that can be built up. And then there's the desire. Hey, did you know that your children could be suffering or getting bacteria and germs? And we'll go over an example of that here in a minute. But you could talk about the desire being, hey, did you know that your child can actually be getting all these different germs, bacteria, but there's actually something that could be done to help you with that and actually reduce the probability of them getting bacteria and germs. And so then there's the action, right? Hey, buy XYZ product that can actually eliminate germs, bacteria, and do all this stuff, right? That pretty much satisfies what that tension, that desire, and that need is, right? Okay, so when you appeal to people's Life Force 8 desires, you create a drive that motivates them to take an action that will fulfill that desire as soon as possible. So what exactly is a desire, right? We talked about that briefly, but it's more of a type of tension that you feel when a need is not met. Let's say you're looking to, right, go out on a date. You want to meet new people, right? You're going to maybe do, what's that app? I think it's Tinder. There's all these different dating apps, right? You're going to go and you're going to sign up and you're going to go try to find people to go date, right? If you're hungry, your intention is to eat, right? It's a very, very simple formula here, but I just wanted to map this out for you so you can see it here, how it would look like from like a funnel perspective, okay? So your goal really with these Life Force 8 and all those secondary type of functions as well is to install a mental movie in the reader's mind through your ad creatives, okay? So the first use, and I really want you to pay attention to this, look at this, and really even read this a few times, okay? The first use of any product or service is inside the consumer's mind. It's very important that you understand that, okay? You have to be able to paint a picture for them so they can see that in action, okay? And actually then using it. So use language that is both specific and visual to install mental movie inside readers' mind, okay? Here's an example. How would you like a giant hot fudge sundae with 3 giant scoops of chocolate chips, extra dark hot fudge, chopped nuts, all blanketed in a cloud of fluffy whipped ice cream with a cherry on top? So if you look at this, this is extremely specific and visual. You can totally see this in your head, and you're probably watering at the mouth there, salivating a little bit, thinking about this, right? So the more specific and visual you can get, the better that you can have your reader, right, your audience, be able to see themselves using your product in their mind, right? So the most effective way to influence and persuade readers, right, is to write copy that causes your prospects to visually demonstrate your product service inside their heads sufficiently enough to build desire for the satisfaction of the wants that your product service promises to provide. So remember, the first use of any product or service is inside the consumer's mind. Make sure that you are using the specific and visual framework, okay? So the specific and visual ad copy, I want to give you an example of how this would look like, how we would progress. So here we can see there's the first one. Go somewhere and do something. That's blank. You can't see anything about, anything as far as what is being done. It's not clear. There's not specifics in there. There's no visuals. Go somewhere and get something, okay? Do can mean anything, right? So, and here's the third one. Go to the kitchen and get something. Oh, excuse me here. On number 2, go somewhere and get something. It's supposed to be get. But so just think about that. Get could be anything, right? Get something. So the third one, go to the kitchen and get something. Still vague, but now you know where to go, right? We're getting more specific. We're going to the kitchen, okay? So go to the kitchen and get food. Now we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting specifics. We're going to get some food and we're going to the kitchen, right? And then we have go to the kitchen, open the oven and get food, right? Now you're seeing this in your head. You're seeing you actually physically open the kitchen, you go to the kitchen, open the oven and get food, okay? But that food is still a little bit more, can get a little bit more specific, right? So go to the kitchen, open the oven and pull out the pizza, right? Now you see a picture of a pizza popping into your head, right? And then go to the kitchen, open the oven, pull out the freshest, crispiest, most delicious hot pizza you've ever eaten. Go on, cut yourself a big hearty slice. Careful, it's hot. Now take a bite. The dough was made fresh this morning and baked in a virgin olive oil coated black pan is what it's supposed to say there, for a thick, deep dish Chicago-style crust. Now, as you can see, right, this is very, very specific here, okay? And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that everything that we're doing as far as our ad creative copy is being able to present a picture inside the mind of your prospect, and that is very specific and visual, so they can see themselves actually grabbing it, doing it, touching it, or feeling it, okay? This is it for this video. Let me know if you have any questions, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over 7 Facebook copy templates. Now, these copy templates have been created by specific formulas, and they follow a very specific structure. The most important thing here that you want to pay attention to is the structure, because as long as the copy is following the structure, then it's going to be very easy for you to come up with persuasive copy. Now, another thing to keep in mind is the relationship with the audience, because the messaging for those that are already familiar with the brand, have seen the brand before, have already become familiar, will be much different than those who are completely cold audience, have never heard or seen the brand previously. Now, the ad copy here has been created from scratch, and the whole intention here is to give you a structure and a formula to follow so that you can come up with even better copy here. Now, one thing to keep in mind here, you never want to mention the word you and where you're talking to a specific individual. Facebook does not like that. Now, in this template here, I do have the word you in some of the actual copy. However, like I said, this is just for example purposes, and what you want to focus on and pay attention to is the structure. And as long as you're following the structure, then you should be good to go as far as coming up with your own type of copy for your own offers, right? Now, other things to avoid here, talking about personal attributes, having any kind of bold claims, talking about money like, hey, how you can make XYZ dollars in 30 days or how you can lose weight in 30 days, showing images that are zoomed in on a particular body part, and then showing before and after photos in the weight loss industry. Now, you can use before and after photos if you're doing like construction, where you have like a home remodeling company you're working with. You can show a before picture of a particular area and then an after picture where you show the actual final product. However, in the fitness and weight loss space, that is not allowed. Facebook does not like that. And so some workarounds here that you can do instead of saying how to or how you can, change it to how I, or how I did this, or how I was able to do or accomplish X, Y, and Z. So speak in the first person. Here's how I bring local businesses more customers, rather than here's how you can bring more customers or more leads to local businesses. Remember, we want to stay away from using you and calling out the individual. Facebook wants to really make sure that it's providing a great experience for the actual user, and it wants to keep Facebook a happy place, so to speak, right? Where everybody that's on Facebook is only seeing happy stuff, positive things, and where they're not making people on Facebook feel negativity or any kind of negative way. So you should look to using positive images, people smiling, laughing, or maybe even serious pictures, things that are not going to have any kind of negative feeling or negative impact in the audience. And Facebook has image recognition software. So Facebook, when you upload a picture, they're able to look at if somebody's happy, somebody's sad. So their software can automatically tell what type of image that is as soon as you upload it and you actually start loading the ads, right? So look to use happy and positive words. Happy, laugh, fun, exciting. Facebook wants to be known as that happy place, that exciting place where people come on and engage with their families and friends. And then when they see ads, making them feel good, happy, fun, excited, entertained, right? And not any type of negative feeling. So let's go ahead and jump into the copy formulas here. And so ad copy number 1 is a pain question. And so here we can look at the 5 different sections. We have pain point as a question, we have a benefit, and then we have authority and or social proof, and then another benefit, and then a call to action. So here we have working hard at the gym, but not getting the results you want. XYG Gym's bootcamp classes will help you crush your fitness goals. Here we have a benefit, and then trusted by hundreds of happy members. And then we have finally get the results you've always wanted. Another benefit. And then the call to action here. Sign up now for your free personal training session. So as long as you're focused in on this exact formula here, for whatever offer that you have in place, this should work extremely well, because again, don't look at the actual copy that I'm using here, because this is just an example. But as long as you're following the formula and the structure, you should be good to go. Okay, let's look at ad copy number 2. This is for a limited time offer. We have urgency and scarcity, social proof, and then a call to action. So our first line here is our 30% off personal training special ends tonight. This is urgency, right? Letting them know that in order for them to take advantage of this, they have to take this offer by today because it ends tonight. And then join hundreds of happy members who can't stop coming back for more. Social proof, letting people know that other people are happy because they go there and they get a workout and they have a great time. So then people that are reading this will automatically think that, hey, other people are, having a good time, are happy members. I'm also going to be a happy member. And then the call to action here is don't put it off. Sign up now and get 30% off personal training sessions. Call to action. We used actually urgency as well right here. Don't put it off, sign up now and get 30% off. And then the call to action is right here. Sign up and get 30% off. So let's go to the next one here. Ad copy number 3. So this is capturing attention with industry facts. So we have an industry relevant fact, we have the fear factor, and then a solution, and then a call to action. So the first one here, the average home is filled with over 9,000 types of germs and bacteria. And then the fear factor, children are most at risk to be infected. So for the families, right, for the mothers, typically, they're the ones that are going to be the ones that are in fear, making sure that their children are protected and don't get sick, right? And so for the solution here, we have protect your family with XYZ disinfectant product that eliminates 99.9% of germs and bacteria. So this is a solution. So we have a relevant fact. We're causing a little bit of fear here with the fear factor, and then we're providing the actual solution. And then the call to action. Get your XYZ disinfectant product now for only X dollars, right? Very simple, very straightforward. Again, what you're wanting to pay attention to is the structure of these particular ad copy here, because that is what is going to help you and allow you to create your own unique persuasive copy. And so number 4, we have the social proof. So this starts out with a review or a case study and then a call to action. Since Mike started using XYZ service, their product, their service, whatever that may be, has increased or improved 3 times or 3x, right? This can be whatever kind of case study maybe your client has, or maybe some results that they have or a review. And then the social proof plus call to action here. Join hundreds of other happy customers who've used XYZ service to increase and improve their XYZ, okay? Now, you don't always need to have a social proof, but let's go ahead and just add this in here because it definitely helps out the call to action, right? And so let's go to number 5. So the number 5 is the creative imagination, okay? This is where we have the imagine, benefit, plus solution, and then another benefit, and then realization, pitch, and then a call to action. So let's take a look at the example here. Imagine waking up and doing what you love every single day. And then we have imagine starting a business that allows you the freedom to work from anywhere in the world. Okay, we have another benefit here. And then we have start an XYZ business today that has helped 100 others quit their job and work from anywhere in the world. Find out how you can follow in their footsteps here. Let's go to number 6. This is the facts. So this is where we have a fact, benefit, and then a call to action. So let's look at the copy here. Did you know that there are XYZ people in your area searching for a dentist on Google? Unfortunately, they're not able to find you because you're not showing up on the first page. Discover how you can show up on the first page and capitalize on those searching for your services. Benefit. Click here to find out more. So very, very straightforward, very simple here. We have a fact, we have another fact, we have a benefit, and then a call to action. And then number 7 here, we have the target audience. So it's target audience plus pain point, and then pain point, and then we have an offer plus call to action. So let's look at the copy here. So savvy business owners know that in order to get to the next level, they must keep their pipeline full of leads. So target audience plus pain point, right? And then nobody understands how difficult it is to manage providing a great service while also getting more customers quite like you, right? So we're talking to business owners, and then we're providing them a pain point, and then another pain point right here as well. And then we have an offer and a call to action. Focus on what you do best and leave the marketing to us. Learn how you can get a pipeline full of leads here, right? And then the call to action. And so these are 7 very powerful Facebook ad copy template structures that you can use in your ad creatives. So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the Facebook ad campaign naming structures. Okay, so we know that there are 3 levels in setting up a Facebook ad campaign. The first level is the campaign level. This is where we're choosing our objective, our link clicks, video views, lead generation forms, right, conversions. And then we have the second level here, which is the ad set. This is where we're targeting our audience based on location, age, gender, interest, right? And then the third level is the actual creative ad. This is where, we're actually writing the copy. We have the different images. And so it's important that you name your ads properly so that you can create reports very easily and be able to look at the data, right? And so let's look at the campaign level here. For the campaign level, this is how we want to set this up, okay? We want to have the offer name. We want to have whether it's going to be a link click, conversion, lead generation, and then here's an example. So it's the dental implant, $9.99, and then the conversion. If we would have a PPE, that would be a page post engagement, right? Nice and simple, very easy for us to keep track of here. And then the ad set level, this is where we want to have the interest, the gender, and the age. So here's a couple different examples. So if we're targeting just females, it would be female, and then 35 to 55, we can put females, right? And then if you want to get even more specific, you can put the city name, and then male and female, and then the age here, 35 to 55. And then we have the ad level. This is where we have the name of the image or image type. And so you want to make sure that your ad level, when you're naming your actual ads, that they're essentially telling you what that ad says or what that ad has. So for example, if you're running campaigns for like a dentist and you're using, let's say, one of the doctors, you can put male dentist working on patient. If you have a female, female dentist working on patient. Or if you just have a picture of a dental implant, like we've been using through this program here as an example, then you would just put dental implant image, okay? So very important that you name the ads as to what exactly that ad has, right? As far as the image. If you have a video in there, obviously you want to have, video of X, Y, and Z. And so let's say that you had a dental implant video, right? You obviously want to change that right there. So this is essentially how you want to name all your different campaigns, okay? And so you want to make sure that each campaign level, you have a really good description of what your offer is or what you're promoting, and then the actual objective type, okay? And then the ad set level, you can put city, you can put male, female, and then the age, and then the ad level, essentially having a description of what that image or video is about. So that's going to be here for this section, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over how to properly structure and name your ads. So the first thing that we want to do here is we want to name the campaign properly. So let's go to engagement here and let's set up the engagement name here. So this is how we would do it, okay? So let's say that we were running for a dentist, a dental implant. So dental implant. And then we would put the cost. Let's say it was $9.99. Okay. And then from here, we would put the actual type of campaign objective. So this is going to be an engagement ad here because our intention here is to build up that branding, that social proof, right? And get some engagement on our ad. So then we can turn that into a conversion type of campaign, right? Where we are able to use that same ad that has that social proof, right, as a page post engagement, and then be able to drive the conversions, right? So let's go down here and let's name this PPE, right? Page post engagement. So that's how you'd want to set that up, okay? Nice and simple, right? And then let's go to continue. And then here on the ad set level, we would put our audiences. So what we want to do is we want to, let's say, select that particular area. For here, let's put in Seattle. So let's go 10-mile radius. And then let's put the age here to, let's say, people in their 30s. Let's go 35 to about 60, okay? Because typically the individuals that are going to be getting these are going to be within this age, right? You're not going to have somebody looking for a dental implant, at 18, 19 years old. So we can leave the genders open, okay? And we can allow Facebook to be able to gather that data for us. And so we want to also leave this detailed targeting open as well, okay? The best thing that we can do for Facebook to get us the best return on investment, highest return on investment, and the best quality leads is by giving them large audiences so that they can go out and find the right individuals, right, that are clicking, that are taking action, that are doing what we want them to do. And then Facebook can go use their AI and then show the ad to more of the same type of individuals, right? The Facebook algorithm is very, very intelligent. It does a great job when we're able to give it a large enough audience so that it can go out and find the right people, right? So let's go ahead and leave that like that. And so up here, the way that we would name this is, let's say Seattle, okay? And then male, female, okay? And then the age group, 35 to 60. And if you want to get more specific here, you can put male plus female, okay? So this is pretty much all you need here to help you understand, right, that you're targeting dental implants, right? And then this particular audience is Seattle, male and female, 35 to 60, okay? So that's how you want to name the ad set level. And so now the way that we want to name this here is we want to have our offer, okay? So let's say dental implant, ad number 1. Nice and simple, doesn't need to be anything extraordinary, right? We have our campaign objective up here where we have laid out the dental implant offer, right? For the cost and everything, right? For $9.99. And then we have the ad set where we have named appropriately for that particular audience, right? And we've designated whether it's male, female, or both, and the age group. And then here is just a matter of naming it nice and simple, dental implant ad number 1. And we should be good to go. So this is all you need to know as far as how to properly name the campaign, ad set, and ad levels. And so that's going to be it here for campaign, ad set, and ad naming structure. And we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over the Facebook campaign budget optimization. And this is a new rollout for Facebook where we can set a budget at a campaign level instead of having it set up at the ad set level. And so I want to go ahead and walk you through this here so you can get a better understanding of how this works and how you can execute on having profitable CBOs. So the Facebook campaign budget optimization is where we are distributing the budget across the campaign and not the individual audience or targeting ad sets, right? That's where we typically set the budget in the ad set area when we're targeting our specific audience, the interest, right? So with setting the budget at the campaign level, this allows Facebook to automatically and continuously find the best available opportunities for results across your ad sets and then distribute your campaign budget in real time to those that are getting the best results. So if we look at the image to the right, we can see that we have one campaign that is being ran without the campaign budget optimization, and then the other campaign is being ran with campaign budget optimization. And so what you'll notice is the first one there, we have $10 a day for the ad set, right? And we have 3 different ad sets. And so what's happening is that Facebook is only putting $10 a day to each ad set. And so inevitably, some ad sets are going to get more results for that $10, and some are going to get less results for that $10, right? And so with ad set 2, we see that's the clear winner. They got 5 conversions for $10. And then on ad set 3, they got 2 conversions for $10. And then ad set 1, 3 conversions for $10. So obviously here, ad set number 2 is a clear winner. Now with campaign budget optimization, we can see that with ad set 2, there was $18 spent on this particular ad set, and we got a ton more conversions because Facebook started noticing, okay, ad set 2 is converting very, very well. And what we're going to do then is we're going to put in the majority of the budget into ad set 2 because that is the one that is converting the highest and the best. Now this is what Facebook is doing automatically. It's distributing the campaign budget to the appropriate ad set that's getting the best return, that's getting the best conversions. And so you'll notice on ad set 1, there was only $7, and then ad set number 3, only $5. So this is allowing Facebook to optimize the campaigns for us. It's automatically going to put in the funds into the ad set that is getting the best type of returns and conversions. So very, very powerful here. Now, let's take a look at some campaign budget optimization key factors. So what we want to keep in mind here is that Facebook campaign budget optimizations get better with time, okay? You may initially start out with great results if you're setting the budget at the ad set level. However, in the long run, over time, the CBO wins out because it collects more data, more information, and then Facebook is able to use its AI to appropriately optimize a campaign. And then we don't want to have more than 10 ad sets within one CBO. That's too much for Facebook to handle. And then ultimately, if you want to control the ad set budget every single time, instead of letting Facebook be the one that's actually distributing the budget accordingly, then you can literally just set up one particular campaign and then skip CBO. And then this allows you to control that campaign budget because you only have one ad set in there, right, in that particular campaign. And so this pretty much circumvents the CBO process. However, keep in mind that Facebook is utilizing CBOs to allow the advertisers to get better results, better returns, because the AI technology is able to notice and realize, hey, this ad set number 2 over here is getting great conversions. It's getting a whole lot of action there. Let's go ahead and place the majority of our funds, right, of our budget into this ad set here because it's getting the highest return. So very important here to understand how CBOs work, the campaign budget optimization, because Facebook is going to be making this mandatory in the near future. And so it's important for us to understand how this works and that ultimately Facebook wants us to get the highest return on our ad spend because they know that we're going to come back and spend more money with them. So it's in their best interest to be distributing the budget at a campaign level because they're going to put the funds in the appropriate ad set that's getting the most conversions. You may need to watch this video a couple times just to understand it, but it's pretty self-explanatory. If we set our budget at a campaign level and we have 3 different ad sets and ad set number 2 is getting the most conversions in return, right? Then Facebook's going to put those funds and allocate them to that ad set because it's able to do that in real time because the data is collecting. So very, very powerful. That's going to be it here for the Facebook campaign budget optimization, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to cover Facebook retargeting. Now, retargeting is one of the most powerful ways to reach audiences that have previously engaged with our ads, with our website, or have taken a specific action but haven't taken another. And so this allows us to easily stay in front of our audience if they've had any type of previous engagement with our brand, with our ad, with our website, whatever that may be, and then show them additional ads that may be relevant to an offer that they may have not taken or a product that they may have not purchased, but they landed on a specific page. So let's get right into this here. And so as I mentioned, the retargeting is a form of online advertising that targets customers or an audience based on their previous actions. So for example, what we can do is we can create retargeting campaigns that target people who have clicked on our ad and went to a landing page and did not fill out their information. This audience would then see ads mentioning that they forgot to fill out their information on XYZ landing page and that we're giving them an extra voucher, we're giving them an extra 10 or 15% discount so they can actually fill out their information or buy that product. And so by using retargeting, we're able to keep our audience engaged, reinforce our brand and our awareness, and ultimately move people from becoming aware of us, cold traffic, but then getting a little bit of awareness of us, to actually becoming hot prospects that are interested in our product or service because they may see us one time, they may go to the landing page, maybe they're not familiar, but their retargeting allows us to stay top of mind and let people know that we noticed that they landed on XYZ page, but they did not input their information. And so let's take a look at this image over here on the right. We can see here that at the very top we have Bob who visits a landing page. Let's say we're giving away a teeth cleaning, or we're doing some type of dental implant offer where it's a special, right? So Bob clicks on the ad, they go to the landing page, and they don't fill out the form. So they go to the landing page, they look at everything, but they don't put in their information. Maybe they get distracted, maybe for whatever reason they got disinterested, or anything can come up, right? Especially with the fact that our attention spans are very, very short. He's going to get put into a custom audience of those who landed on the landing page and did not fill out their form, right? Did not fill out their information. So now Bob's going to see another ad mentioning to them that they landed on XYZ landing page, or they were interested in XYZ offer, and that they forgot to fill out their form, and they're going to see a coupon or another discount for them to go back to the landing page and actually fill out their information. And so it's this big loop where we're showing people an offer, they're clicking on it, they're going to the page, they're not checking out, they're not putting in their information, and they're seeing another ad, and then they get taken back to the order page or the actual landing page to fill out their information. So this is a very powerful way to stay top of mind for your audience, to build that awareness, to build that branding, and to get people familiar, because a lot of the traffic that you're going to be working with on Facebook is going to be cold, new people that don't know about your brand, about the business. And it's important for you to have them see multiple different ads of your brand so that they can know, like, and trust you, and then be able to take action because they've seen your brand multiple times. So this is the power here of the Facebook retargeting and using the pixel to make sure that we're capturing all the data of those who have landed on specific pages and did not take our desired action that we want them to take, and then being able to create custom audiences and show them different ads that tell them, hey, we noticed you didn't do XYZ when you landed on this page. Here's an incentive for you to go back and actually fill out your information or to buy XYZ product. So that's going to be it here for the Facebook retargeting, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, what I want to walk through is some custom audiences and lookalike audiences that we've created based on a previous client here. As you can see here, this is back in 2018, a little bit back into 2019. And I want to show you the different types of audiences that we created. So as you can see here at the very top, we have a 2% landing page retargeting. So what we did here is we created a 2% landing page retargeting where we are retargeting people who landed on the landing page within the first 90 days and they did not convert into a lead. Same thing right here, but this is 1%. And then this one right here is a 90 days landing page retargeting custom audience. Remember, we have our custom audiences as the seed audience, and then we're going to create a lookalike audience because we can create a custom audience from video views, from customer email list, from Facebook page interactions, right? So that's how we would create this custom audience, and then we would have the lookalikes from those. So then we have here a lookalike of 2% of people who opened a form, right, the lead form, and did not submit. This is for the past 90 days. This is a lookalike audience. And then right here, 1%. And then we have this custom audience, which is that seed audience, right, that allowed us to create these lookalikes up here, okay? So this was the seed audience, and then these two were created from this here. I want to make sure that you're able to understand that and see how we're creating these lookalikes, because this is the main audience here that we're using to create these lookalikes. And so we could have gone up to 10%, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one thing to keep in mind here is that Facebook loves data. They love a huge audience. It's a lot easier for them to optimize when they have more of a larger audience, okay? So coming right here, this is a saved audience for home automation that we created, okay, manually, and then we set it up here as the saved audience. And then we have this one right here, lookalike 1 to 2% video views. Okay, you'll see the VV there. And then this is for the specific ad right here. Smoke detectors, car, okay, and then we have the 95% 60 days. So this is a lookalike audience that we created for people who have watched the video at least 95%. And then this one right here, this is the actual seed audience. So this is the custom audience that was created, right, in order for us to create these two lookalikes. And so notice how at the very beginning I have CA, VV, right, video views, custom audience, video views, and then the actual name of the ad, and then I have the 95% for the past 60 days, okay? And then same thing right here, this is for 75%, okay? And then I have the seed audience. And then we have another right here, lookalike and lookalike for 95%, right? And then 1% audience match, and then 1 to 2% audience match, okay? And we have this seed audience right here of custom audience of the video views, right? That allowed us to create these two. And so that's what you'll notice here is that you'll want to have a custom audience that is your seed audience, and that will allow you to create all of the lookalikes, 1, 2, 3%, 4%, 5%, and give you a larger range to play with. So that's how you want to set up your custom audiences, right? Where you have the CA, and then you have, let's say, video views, or you have lead generation or lead form, whatever that may be. You want to make sure that you're naming them correctly, and you're going to have a sheet, a doc that you can reference to make sure that you're naming these correctly, okay? So just wanted to show you here how these audiences will look like and how you want to name them properly. So that's going to be it here for this section, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to talk about how to create lookalike audiences in Facebook. So the first thing that we want to do here is go to the Create Audience button, and then we're going to have this drop down right here, and then we want to go to Lookalike Audience. So let's say that I created a custom audience of people who watched the video at least 75%, okay? I have a custom audience of those individuals, and so after I create that custom audience, I can then go here to the lookalike audience and create a lookalike audience of that video view audience that I created of those people who watched a specific video for 75%. Let's say that I uploaded a customer list and I created a custom audience from that email list. I can then go in here and use that custom email audience that I created and create a lookalike audience from that. So what it's allowing us to do here is create audiences that are similar to what the actual seed audience is about. And so here we can see we have 1%, 2%. And so as we move up and we progress, the higher the percentage, the less in common that audience is going to have. So for example, here with 1, 2, and 3%, these are going to be the most in common to our actual seed audience. Let's say that we have an audience here of the video views of 75% for a specific video. If we create a lookalike audience at 1%, this is going to be the closest as far as the commonalities with the actual seed audience. If we go to 2%, it's going to be less in common, right? And then as we go up, it's going to expand wider and wider and wider. However, these are still great audiences to have because they're similar to what we have as far as the seed audience. So we can create very large audiences from our seed audiences and start expanding very, very wide. Let's take a look at some of the tips here. So as you can see here, Facebook says, find new people who are similar to your existing customers. Just like I was mentioning, the lookalike audiences allow us to reach new people who are very, very similar, who also may be interested in our particular product or service and are very similar to our seed audience. And then right here, create a lookalike of your most valuable customers, right? If we have that customer email list that we can use to create a custom audience, we can then create that lookalike audience of that initial customer list. So very, very powerful here, where we can create a ton of lookalike audiences, and it's just a matter of creating our custom audience first and then coming in here and creating that lookalike audience. So that's going to be here for the lookalike audiences, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, what I want to walk through is some custom audiences and lookalike audiences that we've created based on a previous client here. As you can see here, this is back in 2018, a little bit back into 2019, and I want to show you the different types of audiences that we created. So as you can see here at the very top, we have a 2% landing page retargeting. So what we did here is we created a 2% landing page retargeting, where we are retargeting people who landed on the landing page within the first 90 days and they did not convert into a lead. Same thing right here, but this is 1%. And then this one right here is a 90 days landing page retargeting custom audience. Remember, we have our custom audiences as the seed audience, and then we're going to create a lookalike audience, because we can create a custom audience from video views, from customer email list, from Facebook page interactions, right? So that's how we would create this custom audience, and then we would have the lookalikes from those. So then we have here a lookalike of 2% of people who opened a form, right, the lead form, and did not submit. This is for the past 90 days. This is a lookalike audience. And then right here, 1%. And then we have this custom audience, which is that seed audience, right, that allowed us to create these lookalikes up here, okay? So this was the seed audience, and then these two were created from this here. I want to make sure that you're able to understand that and see how we're creating these lookalikes, because this is the main audience here that we're using to create these lookalikes. And so we could have gone up to 10%, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one thing to keep in mind here is that Facebook loves data. They love a huge audience. It's a lot easier for them to optimize when they have more of a larger audience, okay? So coming right here, this is a saved audience for home automation that we created, okay, manually, and then we set it up here as the saved audience. And then we have this one right here, lookalike 1 to 2% video views. Okay, you'll see the VV there. And then this is for the specific ad right here, smoke detectors, car. Okay, and then we have the 95% 60 days. So this is a lookalike audience that we created for people who have watched the video at least 95%. And then this one right here, this is the actual seed audience. So this is the custom audience that was created, right, in order for us to create these two lookalikes. And so notice how at the very beginning I have CA, VV, right, video views, custom audience, video views, and then the actual name of the ad, and then I have the 95% for the past 60 days, okay? And then same thing right here, this is for 75%, okay? And then I have the seed audience. And then we have another right here, lookalike and lookalike for 95%, right? And then 1% audience match, and then 1 to 2% audience match, okay? And we have this seed audience right here of custom audience of the video views, right? That allowed us to create these two. And so that's what you'll notice here, is that you'll want to have a custom audience that is your seed audience, and that will allow you to create all of the lookalikes, 1, 2, 3%, 4%, 5%, and give you a larger range to play with. So that's how you want to set up your custom audiences, right? Where you have the CA, and then you have, let's say, video views, or you have lead generation or lead form, whatever that may be. You want to make sure that you're naming them correctly, and you're going to have a sheet, a doc that you can reference to make sure that you're naming these correctly, okay? So just wanted to show you here how these audiences will look like and how you want to name them properly. So that's going to be here for this section, and we'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to go over how to launch your ads if you have a customer list. So let's say that you just signed on a new dentist and you have their existing patient list. And so what you can do is create a custom audience of that particular patient list from your dentist, and then also create a lookalike audience from that customer list as well. So you'll have two audiences there to play with. Now, if your client also has a list of leads that they have not done business with, but maybe they have a lead database, right? Then you can create two other audiences for those as well. So let's say they have an audience for their current patients. You will have a custom audience for that, and then a lookalike audience from that, right? From the actual customer list. And then if they have just leads that haven't yet converted into patients, you'll create a custom audience of that as well, and then a lookalike audience of that. So for this is just going to be if your client has already a customer list of patients that they're currently working with, and for whatever reason they haven't been to the facility in a while, they haven't done their checkup, or they want to try to get those patients to come back in for teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, or maybe even an implant, right? So the first thing that we want to do here is go to custom audience, okay? And this is where we're going to upload a customer list. And so here it's showing us the different information we want to include. Let's go to next. No, we do not include a value in there. So let me go ahead and grab this here. This is an example list here. And so we'll name this here current XYZ client patients. Let's put dental client here. And then we'll go to next. Okay, email. And then we have here the first name, and then the last name, and then the city. So let's go to upload and create. And so now this is going to create us a list here of all of those individuals, okay? So let's go to done here. And so now that we have our list, let's go ahead and create a lookalike audience from this list. So let's click on this here, and let's go to actions, and let's create a lookalike. And so for most local businesses, you're just going to want to do the 1%. That should be just fine. So let's put in here the United States. Okay, great. And then we want to do the 1%. That's fine. And so now we have our two audiences, okay? We have our customer list audience, right, from the dentist. And then we have our lookalike of that particular customer list. And so both of these lists are what we want to use to kick off the campaign, because with the current patients, we can invite them back in to get another procedure, or maybe they've been putting something off and maybe they went to another dentist and your client wants to bring them back into the office and, start getting their treatments again, right? And so the current list here is great for showing new offers to existing patients, right? And then the lookalike, this is essentially giving us an audience here of similar individuals to this customer list. So great list here for us to target, because we know that these are very similar, right, to the actual customer list. So keep in mind here, it's important for you to understand that both of these are going to have different offers. The 1% lookalike, they don't know the client, they haven't had any prior experience with them, and it's going to require typically different type of ad copy, messaging, right, to get them familiar with the brand, and then actually, submit their information to become a lead. And so that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. Hey, Juan here, and in this video, I'm going to share with you a secret Facebook ads audience hack that you can use to unlock more detailed targeting for your particular Facebook ads. Now, before we jump into this exact process, this strategy here, go ahead and like this video, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any videos that are uploaded daily. So let's go right ahead and jump into this. Now, the strategy is literally centered around detailed targeting. So now, as you may know, Facebook has really limited the detailed targeting here, and it doesn't give us as many options as it previously did. So if we're coming in here and we're looking for a lot of different interests, demographics, behaviors that we can target, they're very, very limited. But I'm going to show you a way that you can unlock several hidden audience features and demographics and interests that we can use so that we can broaden our audience data set here. So let's say that we were looking to target people that liked golf, okay? So let's go ahead and type in golf here to the detailed targeting. And literally it's going to give us about 10 or 15 different things that we can choose, okay? So we have golf here, and really that's about it. We don't have very many interests that we can target based off of the golf keyword. So what we can do is utilize a special tool that I'm about to walk you through to unlock the hidden audience feature. So let me go ahead and show you here. So as I mentioned, we type in golf, we're only going to see about 20 to 25 different interests that are around golf that we can target. But let's go ahead and go over here to this tool, which is the Add Interest Pro. Now what this does is it allows you to unlock several hidden detailed targeting features, right, as far as the behaviors, interests. And let me go ahead and show you here. So we typed in golf, right, and we saw that we only had about 25 detailed demographic targeting, behaviors, right, interests. So let's go up here and type in golf. So now, as you can see, we've pulled 432 different types of interests and audiences that we can use to target as well. So we have golf here, so we can highlight that. Golf course, right? Because we want to target people that are into golf. Let's say golf channel, miniature golf. Let's say golf equipment, golf digest. Let's go professional golfer, golf stroke mechanics, US Open. And we'll continue to go in here and look for ones that, make the most sense here. United States Golf Association. Okay, great. We can even target specific golfers. Okay, so this automatically pulls up all these different, detailed targeting that we can use as far as for our audience set there. So let's go golf, the video game, Puma Golf, all these different things here, PGA. And so what we do is we go up here and we go to copy the clipboard. So once we copy that, we can simply come in here and we'll exit out of this here. Okay, and then we'll copy all of this here and paste it. So literally all of these interests, the additional interest from everything that we saw there is going to automatically pull up, when in reality these are all typically hidden within the audience detailed targeting in here that Facebook normally provides. So this is a secret hack here that I highly recommend you use. I believe they're, $9 a month. But they'll allow you to unlock so many different audience sets, because when you're just starting out, right, and you're coming in here, and let's say that you didn't know about this, and you were just kind of looking to target people that liked golf. Well, as I showed you earlier, typically we're going to go to golf, and it's just going to show, let me go back over here, about 20 to 25 different interests around golf that we can target, okay? So go over here, we look at this, and then we select this here, and then we go to suggestions, okay? Yeah, we're gonna have some here, but not anything as detailed as this over here when all this stuff is related to golf. Because if you go over here and you look at, there's some things that are not even related. Luxury real estate, investing, automobiles, skiing, all this stuff, right? When over here we have everything related to golf. So, and I believe it's 432 different audiences interest here. So highly recommend that you play around with this tool. I think they offer a free 30-day free trial, or I think it's a free trial, or even a free account, and then they give you a limited amount of searches. But highly recommend this strategy here, this hack, so you can unlock more audience. Because when you go over here, everybody is going off of these initial interest targeting. So the same people that are running the ads, right, and that are targeting people that like golf have only access to these, just like you. But now that you know about this tool, this secret hack here, you have access to over 432 different, audience interests that you can target as well, so you can really broaden your audience data set there, and be able to be ahead of your competition. So that's it for this video here. Let me know if you have any questions on this down below. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks. Okay, so in this video, we're going to go over the Facebook ad performance metrics. So let's go ahead and take a look at these metrics here, and we'll cover what each one of these means. So here are the results section here. We have the Facebook leads, the link clicks. This is for whatever type of campaign we have set up here. This is for Facebook lead forms. This is for the link clicks. And then this one right here is for video views. So we know that these here are showing us all of the results for the campaign. And so here in the reach section, we can see that this is the number of people that saw our ad at least one time, okay? And then the frequency here, this is how many times a person see the ad, okay? The average number of times. Now, this is something that you want to pay very close attention to, because that could cause audience fatigue and really annoy the audience, okay? So making sure that they're not seeing it too much. Frequency between 1 to 2, maybe 3 is okay. I would try to be within 1 to 2 at the most, okay? And the higher the frequency is typically from having smaller audiences. So that's why it's important for us to have large audiences and to have enough of an audience for us to be able to have our ad shown to a lot of different people and not have it shown multiple times to the same person, right? Cost per result here, this is essentially the cost per our campaign objective. So for here, this was a lead generation form, and for each lead it cost us $5.52, and then for each click here it was 39 cents, and for every 10-second view 13 cents, and this one here for every lead was $17.70. And then here on the budget, pretty self-explanatory. We're using the ad set budget, and then the amount spent here. This is how much we spent for each campaign: $756, $156, $319. And then here's the total spend through all of the different campaigns. And so here on the impressions, this is the number of times that our ads were on screen, okay? This is how many times our ad actually showed to different people, and maybe they didn't see the ad or they skipped through it, but it's the amount of times that the ad was actually placed out there for people to look at, okay? How many impressions we had here. And so here we can see we had 91,000 impressions. And then the CPM here, this is cost per 1,000 impressions. So for 1,000 people to see the ad, that's about $14.88, okay? And then for 1,000 people to see this ad here, it was $9.83. And so this is essentially showing us how much it cost us to have Facebook show the ad to 1,000 people. And so the link clicks here are how many people actually clicked on the ad, okay, and actually went to the destination. So let's say we had a landing page, how many people actually clicked on the ad and then went to the landing page, or how many people clicked on the ad and then went to the lead form, okay? So the cost per click here, this is essentially showing us how much it cost us for every person to click, okay? So we had 744 clicks that actually, clicked on our Facebook ad, and then each click cost us $1.02, okay? And down here you can see the different costs. And then the CTR, which is the link click-through rate, this is the percentage of times that somebody saw an ad and actually clicked on the link, okay? And then here we have the 1.46%, 2.49%. And so it's really giving us a good indication of how many people actually saw the ad impression, and then how many of those individuals, the percentage, right, that actually clicked. And then here on the all sections, okay, this is pretty much any kind of clicks anywhere. So this is all types of data as far as anybody just clicks on the ad. They want to click on the read more if there's long form copy. Same thing here. Everything, this is counting all of the clicks, the click-through rate, cost per click. And so this is a totality of a number of different factors, and it's not necessarily the real accurate data. The real most accurate data that we want to make sure that we're tracking is the actual CPC, click-through rate, right? These right here. And then the actual cost per result, not the actual all and then all here, because this is going to tell us, if somebody clicked on somewhere on the ad but didn't actually go to the landing page. So you'll notice here that the clicks all is obviously a lot more than the actual clicks for the link clicks here. So this is the data here that you're going to want to make sure you're keeping track of. And this is going to be mainly here for the local space. If you're looking to work with like e-commerce clients where you have some sort of product that you're selling, you're going to want to have a lot more metrics here. For example, you want to have add to cart, add to checkout page. You want to have all those different stages if you are running e-commerce campaigns. Now, for the most part, this is all that you're going to need to keep an eye on as far as the Facebook ad metrics. And you should have access to a Facebook Excel doc where you'll be able to plug in various industries and look at the average cost per click, average cost per lead, cost per result. It'll really give you a good idea as far as if you're staying within that particular industry. So make sure that you're using that doc so you can really get a good idea as far as if you're staying within that percentage of what the industry standards are. Because for some industries, the cost per lead can be a little bit higher, and for some, it should be a little bit lower. And it's important for you to know that you're either staying within the realm of the percentages or the actual numbers. And if you're not within those numbers, then you may need to do some optimization, right? And so this is how you can read the Facebook ad metrics. That's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. Okay, so in this video, we're going to go over the split testing. So when we come here to the Ads Manager, we want to select whatever conversion we're using. And let's go ahead and select the traffic here for this one. And then we'll select this to on right there. And then here we can see what we can split test. So if we want to split test the creative, or do we want to split test the delivery optimization, the audience, or the placement? Now, it's important for you to understand that you want to only test one specific variable. So let's go here for the audience, and then we'll go ahead and continue there. And so what we're going to be testing here is, let's say, a specific age variance. So we'll have, let's say in here, this particular audience right here. And so we can go ahead and test this particular custom audience right here. And then we can test another one here with, like, let's say alpha bodybuilder. So we are testing two different audience groups here, okay? And this is going to be here at the ad set level, okay? And so this is what we're actually testing. Now, let's say you wanted to have just a simple audience here with just like a, let's say over here, location. Let's go right here and let's exit out of this, okay? And we'll completely exit out of this here. Let's knock these out, okay? And then boom, boom. And let's say we wanted to just reach a specific location here. For this dentist, let's just go right there. Okay, great, boom. We'll select that. We want 10-mile radius. And then let's say we wanted to select 25. Let's go to 25 to, let's go to 55, okay? And then we can do men, right? We'll go to update. And then here, we'll knock all this out here. Okay, so now let's go over here and let's name this female. Dental implant female only. And then 25 to 55, okay? Let's go 25 to 55 here. Okay, and then let's go to women only, and let's go to the location here. 10-mile radius, okay, great. And then let's go to update. Okay, and then we have two different audiences here. Let me go ahead and rename this here. This is going to be dental implant 25 to 55 men. Okay, and then go to update. Okay, great. So now we have a specific audience ad set A here that is targeting only male 25 to 55, and then female, right? Only female, 25 to 55 as well. So we can split test both of these to see are more males converting, more females converting, whatever that may be, right? And it's very important here to understand that you only want to test one specific variable at a time. You don't want to be testing age and gender. You want to keep the variables the same except for one, or else you're not going to get very good data because there's too many variables, right? So just testing one, making sure that you're just testing either gender, age, or whatever it may be as far as interest, and at each level, right? If you're testing and split testing here on the ad, you want to split test, just one thing so that you can get that right data back and be able to, find out which one's actually getting the highest return, and then be able to turn off all the other ones, okay? So that's going to be it here for split testing, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so in this video, we're going to go over how to scale Facebook ads. So let's say that you have some successful campaigns, you have some successful ad sets that you want to actually modify and duplicate so you can continue to scale. So how do you go about doing that in the most efficient way possible so that you can scale without any type of issues, any type of problems along the way? So the strategy here that you want to do in the very beginning is when you're creating your campaigns and you're creating your ad sets there, the way that I like to typically set this up here is having a particular ad set and having in that particular ad set one particular ad and then having like 4 different images. So let's say you have one particular ad there that is talking about how to lose weight. This is just a simple example here, how to lose weight. I'm going to have that particular ad copy, and then I'm going to have 4 different types of images that are going to be within that ad. So I'm testing one that has maybe a female, one maybe of a male, one maybe of, male and female, right? Just given the variation there so Facebook can have enough data, have enough variation there to be able to show your ad to different types of people, because some people may resonate more with a female, more with the male, or they may resonate with both the female and the male there. So we want to give Facebook enough data, and we give the variation there with the 4 different types of images for each particular ad, okay? Now, let's talk about what most people do here. Let's say that you have a successful ad campaign, right? You have a successful ad set specifically, and you've been running for a while, let's say 2 to 3 months, you've been highly successful, everything is going great, and then all of a sudden it just stops. It just stops getting the same type of metrics, the same type of return on ad spend, right? The numbers are just, lower than they used to be. So what ends up happening here is most people, what they'll do is they'll stop the actual ad set because they'll talk about it getting ad fatigue, which yes, makes sense. However, there's a better way to go about it so that your ad doesn't necessarily get the fatigue, because when you're first running your ads, and let's say that you have a audience on your ad set for, let's say, 1,000 people, just for an example here, your ad is not going to get shown to those 1,000 people in the very beginning, or really just in general. It's only going to get shown to a small sliver of that audience, maybe 1%, 2%, 3%, right? So let's say that 1,000 as far as the audience there, your ad is most likely only going to get shown to about 100 people at the most, right? And then based off of those 100 people, as far as their interaction, their engagement, their characteristics, based on those, then that's where Facebook's going to go and find other individuals within that audience of 1,000 to show your ads to. And it may not show your ads to everybody in there, right? And so what we're going to do as far as our strategy is, instead of actually, closing down that ad set there and, deleting it or turning it off or whatever that may be, because of the ad fatigue, what we're going to do instead is we're going to duplicate a profitable ad set, okay? And then we're going to change a very small modifier. So this could be where maybe we're changing the age, maybe we're changing the location, maybe we're changing an actual mile radius, maybe we're changing a dollar amount on our bid, whatever that may be, we want to make one small variation of change there, because what's going to happen is it's going to restart the Facebook algorithm, and then it's going to show your new ad set there, right, that you just duplicated, to a different audience set of that large audience. So now with that 1,000, individual audience that you have, your ad may get shown to a different subset of that 1,000, person audience. And then it's going to collect a whole new data set of individual data points, right? And so now you have the ability to show your ad to different people, because what ends up happening is, through those initial conditions, when your ad is being shown to a certain audience within your 1,000 person audience there, it's only going to show it to other individuals that have initially engaged with that ad. And so when you duplicate a profitable ad set and then you turn that ad set on, it's now going to go to a different segment of that audience and find new individuals. And then based off those initial conditions, it's going to then find a different set of individuals within that 1,000, group of audience, right? And then show those ads to those individuals. So that's how you can continue to scale out your campaigns, really your ad sets. Anytime that you have a successful ad set and you see it, really maybe turning down a little bit as far as downward trending, you want to just duplicate that successful ad set and just change a simple modifier, right? Like I mentioned, it can be the bid amount, it can be maybe something with the audience, something with the age, something very minor, because as I mentioned, your ad is going to then now get shown to a different segment of that large audience that you have, because your ad is never really going to get shown to the entire audience set that you have. And so you want to give Facebook as much variation as possible, right? So duplicating your profitable ad sets and then adding a modifier is what's going to allow you to scale your Facebook ad campaigns, okay? So that's going to be it here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, so in this video, I want to walk you through a secret tool here, which is the Facebook ads return on ad spend calculator. And what this does here is it allows you to see how much you can get as far as a return on what you're investing or what your client is investing in as far as the ad spend. Okay, so let's go ahead and walk through this here. This is a very powerful tool because it'll give you an idea as far as how many potential leads your prospective clients can expect in what particular industry. So right here, we can look at the industry and we can select all these different types of industries, and the information and data is going to get automatically populated. So for example, if I go to apparel, you'll notice here that the clicks will change. If I go to B2B, the number of clicks will change. And so this is really about giving us a good understanding of what we can expect for our particular industry. So let's say we were working in the healthcare space, okay? So $1,000, $1.30 per click, conversion rate about 11%, and then the sale price. So how much is an actual sale worth to that particular client? So let's say here it was $2,000 or $1,000, okay? For like a dental implant, we'll say $1,500, okay? And so if we go up here, we can look at the results and it shows us, okay, so 769 clicks, 85 conversions, cost per conversion or cost per acquisition is $12, and then the value is $1,000. Now let's bring this down. Let's say that, because this is obviously, quite a bit here, and obviously not every conversion is going to actually convert. As far as every lead that comes in, they're not going to capture and convert every single lead that comes in to the actual landing page. If let's say 10 people submit their information for like a dental implant, they're not going to get all those 10 people to actually come in. Maybe it'll be 30, 40, 50%, right? So you can break this down even further. Let's bring this down a little bit. And so let's just say here 35 actual conversions, right? Leads that are actually converting each month, because maybe you can get them, 60, 70 leads, right? And it's pretty easy and simple to get those numbers. However, 35 of those actually convert. Let's even go down further here. Let's be conservative. Let's say 25 of all of the leads that come in, let's say they get 50 or 60 or whatever that may be, right? 25 of those actually convert, right? Then they're going to be able to get a return on ad spend of $23,738. So this is a return on ad spend of 2,373.8%. And so you can use this in your presentation. You can take a screenshot and let your prospective client know that, hey, based on my calculations for previous clients or from what we've seen in the past, this is giving us a pretty good estimate of what you can expect as far as a return on investment, right? On your page where you have your ideal scenario, right? You can show this to them. You can take a screenshot here and show them, hey, if we get at a minimum 25 conversions and each conversion is worth to you, right, X dollars, right? Or in this case, $1,000, then with you only investing $1,000, you're going to have a return of $23,000, right? Obviously here, that's not counting your management fee. However, your management fee is going to be very minimal in comparison to how much they're getting on return. So very powerful tool here. You want to go to einsteinmarketer.com/ROAS and then dash and then a calculator. And then it'll pull this up for you. So you can come in here and change up the industries. Let's say you want to get into the auto industry, any kind of education type of business, right? Fitness, home improvement, right? And so it's really giving you the ability to have this information be pre-populated. So let's even go to the home improvement. And a value for a customer is going to be more in the home improvement space. So let's say a value here is, let's go about 2,500, okay? All right, so now we can see that if they just get 23 conversions, which means that 23 people that actually convert and actually get a project done, right, each month, then the value for this is going to be 56,101 return on ad spend. And so let's even be a little bit more conservative here in the home remodeling space. And let's say that we only get, let's say 15 conversions here, right? Very, very conservative. Still, with just $1,000 in ad spend. And if they get, 40, 50 or whatever, how many leads, and then only 15 of those actually convert into paying customers, that's still going to be, about $36,000 return on ad spend. So it's still going to be massive here. And this tool here, like I said, take a screenshot here so that you can show your prospective clients in your presentation and show them, hey, this is what we can expect at the very minimal. You obviously would have done your research on your prospective client's market. You understand how much a new, patient, customer is worth to them, and then you would be able to input that in here. So that's going to be here for this one, and we'll see you on the next one.